This regular meeting to order at 6:31. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilmember Ding. Would you like to begin?
Okay, that's right. Okay. Please place your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, invisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Menchaca,
Here.
Vice Mayor Liao,
Here.
Councilmember Ding,
Here.
Councilmember Harrington,
Here.
Councilmember Pu.
Here.
Okay. Tonight's meeting is live streamed on cable channel 3 in our online platforms. Please email all public comments to cityclerk@sgch.org no later than the time the item is considered by the council tonight. Comments received after items have been considered will not be read into the record. Comments will be read by Assistant City Clerk Marilyn Bonus for up to 3 minutes each. Agenda items will be introduced by Chief City Clerk Sharon Clark. Okay, next item, approval of agenda order. Are there any objections to the agenda order?
Mayor, this is Councilmember Pu. I would like to request to just switch the order of items 6A and 6B later on tonight's agenda, simply because the discussion on the Animal Care and Control Services Agreement could have an impact then on the budget, which we will be considering also during the meeting.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the amended agenda order?
I'll motion approve.
Okay, a second?
I'll second.
Okay. It could be the reverse there too. Okay.
True.
Assistant City Clerk Bonus, please take the vote.
Councilmember Ding,
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Pu,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Liao,
Aye.
Mayor Menchaca.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
All right, next item, please.
Presentations. Introduction of Economic Development Manager Domenica Mererdichian. Presentation will be made by Assistant City Manager and Community Development Director Armine Shapirian.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. It is with great excitement this evening that I introduce Domenica Mererdichian, our new Economic Development Manager. Domenica comes to us most recently from the City of Torrance, where she spent 8.5 years in the City Manager's office, getting her start through the Management Assistant Program while in graduate school, and growing into the position of Staff Assistant and Management Associate. In her most recent role, she oversaw land management, focused on economic development efforts through business attraction, retention, and growth. In addition, she was the liaison to the City's Social Services Commission and Homeless Task Force. She has previously worked for the cities of Glendale and for the City of West Hollywood. Domenica is experienced in grant writing, contract negotiations and management, community outreach and engagement, special projects, and organization of various citywide events. She holds a Bachelor of Arts degree from the University of California, Berkeley in Media Studies and Social Anthropology, a master's degree in Public Administration with a focus on public sector leadership and management from Cal State Northridge, and a master's degree in Urban and Regional Planning with the focus on community and economic development from Cal Poly Pomona. As if that wasn't enough, she also recently completed the USC Ross Minority Program in Real Estate. She does go by Dom, so for those of you worried about mispronouncing her name, she's made it easier for us. And when asked why she was interested in the city of San Gabriel, She mentioned being drawn to San Gabriel because it's unique and it's a quaint city with a rich history, a business community with a lot of heart and pride, and lots of potential. Dom enjoys cooking and baking and is relearning to play the guitar. She lives in Glendale and is married to a public servant. Her husband works as a paramedic for the San Bernardino County Fire Department. She enjoys hosting family and friends, visiting craft brewery tasting rooms, which may come in handy, and spending time in the outdoors with her 1-year-old son and rescue pit bull Pongo. Most importantly to community development, she also happens to be a foodie. Please join me in welcoming Domenica to our city family. And I think she's on the line with us, so I think she wanted to maybe say a few words as well.
Yes, thank you so much, Armina, for that warm introduction. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Domenica Mererdichian, and I'm absolutely thrilled to join the City of San Gabriel and the very capable and motivated Community Development Department and team here. Thank you for your continued support of Economic Development Team. We may be a small team, but we're mighty. I look forward to adding value to this community through our proactive efforts, strengthening our unique business community, and showcasing all that this beautiful city has to offer. Thank you for this opportunity to join your team and to serve the community of San Gabriel.
Well, welcome, Domenica, or Dom, I guess. The challenge is going to be to say your last name, but I'll get there one day. I was also going to mention that you picked the perfect city because we are known for our food. So I was hoping you would be a foodie. So you are. And, you know, we are in need of your talents, and you'll be kept very, very busy. I'm sure you already know that. But welcome to our city. And I look forward, I think we all look forward to meeting you in person one day. And hopefully you did get a virtual clap from all of us. But anyway, welcome to our city. Next item, please.
COVID-19 briefing. Presentations will be made by Fire Chief Wallace, Police Chief Harris, Assistant City Manager and Community Development Director Shapirian, and City Manager Lazaretto.
A reminder to the public that this is an ongoing presentation that we put on the agenda as a placeholder until the COVID-19 epidemic ends. We want to keep the public informed on a timely basis on efforts being taken by our first responders and city staff. So with that, we will begin with Fire Chief Wallace.
Good evening, Mayor Menchaca, members of council, Fire Chief Steve Wallace, with a relatively brief update this week on our COVID operations. Statistically, overall, in the last 24 hours in LA County, there's been an increase in the caseload by 1,337 cases and another 33 unfortunate deaths. That brings the total in the county to date to 75,084 cases and 2,959 deaths. San Gabriel has a relatively small amount of that in the overall big picture, with 186 confirmed cases and 20 deaths. It should be noted that 18 of those 20 deaths have occurred in a congregate living facility, a skilled nursing facility in our city. Our new case load appears to be relatively flat. Over the past week, the fire department has responded to just one case that was called in yesterday, and it turned out to just be a fever and not actually a case of COVID. So we're very thankful for that. The situation in our skilled nursing facilities has remained static, and it appears the Royal Vista facility has got their infection load under control, and we have nothing new to report with them. We're also happy to report that none of the other facilities that we regularly contact in town have reported any infections in patients or staff. Our PPE stocks are very stable thanks to the continued donations and hard work of the council and the community. We are actually in a point where we may be pushing some of our PPE over to community development to help distribute to businesses and get them in a good place to be reopened. We are, however, very, very closely watching the caseloads and new cases that are coming out of the county. As we started with Memorial Day, when things started opening back up and people were getting outside, and into the events of the last few weeks, where there's been a lot more people congregating and a lot less social distancing, we're very, very cautiously optimistic that we are still moving forward in the right direction. On the fire chief's call with the LA County Department of Health and the Emergency Medical Services Agency yesterday, The doctors and hospitals are reporting that their ER and bed and ventilator capacity is excellent at this time, but they are also cautiously watching the situation. With that, that will be my end of report for the evening. Thank you very much.
Okay, Chief Harris.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. This is Gene Harris, the police chief for the city of San Gabriel. And my brief will be equally brief in that we are still operating at 100% healthy capacity with regard to COVID-19. Our deployment status is at a normal operation status. What that means to the public is that we have our normal complement of officers and non-sworn staff on duty at any given time, with the ability to increase that staff through mutual aid agreements with surrounding cities. Again, our people are 100% healthy, and we're still operating under the direction and the social distancing guidelines as put forth by the county and state. We are currently working since the 11th in a formal stage 3 configuration from the state. So as we start the reopening, the police department is reminding folks that we are seeking voluntary compliance in ensuring that we maintain our social distancing and follow those rules. We do have the ability to enforce those, and actively enforce them we will if in egregious situations, but must congratulate the community in the sense that they have been spectacular in obeying the rules and minimizing the impact of COVID within our city. And we're gaining the voluntary compliance, which is absolutely crucial in what we're doing. So thank you to the members of the community for that. We have had no major spikes in crime. A few weeks ago, we experienced probably a leveling off of the domestic violence cases. We had been experiencing a slight uptick, but that has leveled off, and other crimes are also leveling off. So we are feeling good about what's happening, but continue to remind folks that we're not through. COVID-19 is still an issue, and we'll be monitoring it from a law enforcement side as far as crime and any other administrative issues along with COVID. And with that, that's my end of report.
Thank you, Chief. Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director, Shepherd Ryan.
Good evening again, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This evening, I wanted to give you a quick update on where we are with our economic development efforts. Our team is actually hard at work trying to get the 10-point plan underway. We have designed a pamphlet regarding the 10-point plan that's now being translated in different languages and will be printed shortly. I'm going to give you a quick preview. The cover says City of San Gabriel 10-point plan, an economic strategy for recovery, resiliency, and reinvestment in response to COVID-19. And inside it has all of the key points from our 10-point plan. Our e-newsletter continues to go out, and there was actually one that went out today that included access to a new wave of funding opportunities via SBA for our businesses, and some new grant opportunities via an organization called Local Initiative Support Corporation. In addition, you may have noticed that this week's update also included a survey regarding temporary outdoor dining and retail. We want to gauge our business community to see if there's any interest in doing such a thing. And if so, we will be bringing this item back to council for further discussion and direction. We have had some inquiries from businesses, so we are curious to see what the survey results will show. We have also a comprehensive video that will be going out by the end of this week, which will provide a brief overview of what opening protocols mean for businesses. Claudia from Economic Development will be starring in the video, and she will be walking businesses step by step through that process. We have also partnered with community services to finalize the CDBG COVID relief programs. Community development will be taking the lead on the business grants, and community services will take the lead on the rental relief and senior meal programs. We are working with LACDA to have our CDBG programs approved to be launched beginning of July. We are also setting up a hotline and a centralized email for these programs and working on the applications with guidelines in multiple languages. As you heard earlier, we do have PPEs coming in that will be used to donate to our businesses to help them get started. We have designed a recyclable bag with the city's logo on it that will be printed and used to distribute the 10-point plan pamphlet that I shared with you, along with the PPEs. And we hope this is a small token that can help our businesses get started. We will be contacting all of you in the coming weeks to help us with canvassing our businesses. We want to have the bags fully stuffed and ready to go. So as we're walking around, we're having of course, we're going to be social distancing. We're going to follow all of the safety protocols ourselves, but we do want to take some time and get to see what our business community is doing. That's all for my update this evening, and I'm certainly available to answer any questions you may have.
And lastly, City Manager Lazaretto.
Thank you, Mayor Menchaca and members of the council. I wanted to talk just for a few moments tonight about the reopening of City Hall and city facilities. So I want to give a big shout out to our public works staff and specifically Rick and Gary, who have installed what I'll call sneeze guards in our City Hall facility. And when you all have a chance to come in and visit City Hall, you'll see that they look like they've been in the building forever. They installed very nice looking, sturdy, they look like they match the building. So it's very appropriate for the work that we do here in City Hall, and it sets the tone. Even though we are set to reopen with that in our City Hall facility, and we are going to be installing those sneeze guards in our other facilities, namely the recreation facility here this week. But even though we are ready physically to open City Hall, I'm keeping City Hall closed for another week and a half with the intent of reopening on June the 29th. The thought on that is that I wanted to see what happens with the wave of the reopening of the business community and also with the demonstrations and the activity that we've had over the past several weeks. I feel like it's prudent to find out what happens in the world as far as coronavirus cases go before we reopen City Hall as a way to protect our community and our residents. The reason I'm comfortable doing that is because we are still providing every service, with the exception of very few, on an online, virtual, or an appointment basis. So if folks need something that's from City Hall or any of our facilities, we're still able to provide that. And so I don't feel like we're cutting off services to a great extent to our citizens. The June 29th is the target date for now. That's important for a couple of reasons. We are going to be starting the enforcement of overnight parking, and that will go out. Awareness will start up this week on that, but overnight parking will start on July the 26th. I want to reiterate, July the 26th. And so by reopening City Hall on June the 29th, that gives people almost an entire month to take care of whatever overnight passes or annual parking passes they need in order to make sure that they're ready for that date. They can still do that over the phone, they can still do that online, and we would encourage you to do that. But if you have to come in or feel the desire to come in and see us, we'll have appointments starting on June the 29th, and folks will be able to come into City Hall. We will still try and keep it on an appointment basis because our lobby is so small that we don't want to have more than a few people waiting in our lobby. And with the months getting hotter, we don't want folks to come in and have to wait for several hours outside of our City Hall. So we're wanting to make it as convenient as possible for folks. And then finally, just wanted to piggyback on something that Armine said, which is that we're going to be looking to the City Council to help in our canvassing of businesses throughout the city as we help with goodie bags and the reopening kits. And it's just a suggestion or a thought, but we have an Athens subcommittee of our City Council now, and later on in the agenda tonight, I made a recommendation at the mayor's suggestion to have a subcommittee for implementation of the resolution that we adopted last week. And so council might consider in the same vein, selecting people to be on a subcommittee, council members to be on a subcommittee to help out with the reopening of the city's business community and helping out with decision-making as it relates to that. Again, bringing things back to the full council for decision-making, but given though we're trying to act as quickly as possible to benefit our business community, that might be an option for council. City staff can continue the work we're doing with or without that help. So either way works for us. But if that's something that council has two members that want to be more involved in that process, we would welcome that assistance if that works for council. So that's it for my report, and all four of us stand by and would be happy to answer any questions from the entire council.
Okay, thank you. Well, I was just going to recommend that Vice Mayor Lau be part of that subcommittee because I think it is helpful to have, for staff to be able to at least go to 2 council members without having to agendize any kind of item for for public consumption, I guess. I know being on the Athens committee, it's been very helpful in really being able to drill down into the details. And I think with the reopening, it would be helpful to have 2 council members so staff could just bounce some things off. And of course, if a critical decision needs to be made, then it can come back to the full council. But I would like to nominate our vice mayor because he's already been doing the work. I know the staff has already been looking to him for the business outreach part of it. Our vice mayor has very good connections in our business community, and I think he could serve well on that subcommittee. And so that would be my recommendation. And if there's anyone else on the council that would like to be the second person, we can always have a subcommittee of 1, I guess, but that would be my recommendation. So with that, I'll start calling council members for any questions for any of our presenters, as well as any comments about the subcommittee. So let me start with our vice mayor. Vice Mayor Lau.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. It's my honor. So I have a question for Harmony. Actually, we got 2 donations. The first one was 25,000 masks and 500 bottles of hand sanitizers. And the second one was smaller gift. It's already in a very cute red kind of box, they're very cute. And there's only 2 masks and then 1 bottle of hand sanitizer. So I'm just wondering, are we going to reach out to 500 businesses, or do you want to reach out to 1,000 since we have enough PPE?
We actually want to reach out to over 1,200 retailers in our city. I think our goal is to continue for the next 2 weeks at least, continue soliciting PPEs. And in doing so, as you heard me mention earlier, we're actually ordering our own bags with the city logo on it. We think it would be a really good way to reach out to our business community, include the donations we received, and our goal would be anything we can put in there, whether it's sanitizers, gloves, some masks. It's just enough to get them started, along with the pamphlet. And I know with our staff working away, they're trying to think of other things we can include. So if any of you have suggestions, we just think it would be a really kind gesture to not only reach out in person to our business community, but to give them something. And in the next few weeks, you will also notice banners going up on certain commercial areas promoting our businesses. Our Shop Local campaign will be launched. So if you see that, that's all part of the 10-point plan. So as we're putting the banners up, as we're continuing to send out information, we think the bags would just be a really kind gesture. So thank you for those donations. Those of you who are still working with various corporations, encourage them if they want to continue donating. We are still soliciting them, and we will be doing so until the very last minute. So thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so one more question. Because we want to help the small business to reopen, and we offer 2,500 small business grants. So I think in that flyer, we gotta tell them how to apply. So is there such a thing that we want to, invite them to apply for this 2,500 grants?
Absolutely. So I mentioned earlier that, so it's difficult to see, and I will be sending this to all of you when it's finalized, but inside of the pamphlet, there's a lot of details regarding our programs. And on the back side, we do have access for them to reach us through different channels. And I think one of the points, I believe the mayor actually made the suggestion at our last meeting regarding including a toll-free number. We thought that was a great idea. We're working on doing that, and including a general mailbox where they can send questions. Our applications are literally right now being designed. And when we have those designed, we do, our goal is to translate them into Chinese, Spanish, and Vietnamese. Not the applications, I apologize, the guidelines themselves. We'll have the applications in English, and we are also working on setting up a protocol for folks to apply online and also have the ability to mail in applications. So we're doing all that. We anticipate in the next 2 to 3 weeks, all of this should come together, and we should have information in the bags regarding our programs.
Great. So yeah, I'm looking forward to help out our businesses. But one thing that kind of worries me, because one cities that once they open up the restaurants and it becomes the hot spots. So well, what can we do something to prevent that? But one of the things I can think of is maybe, you know, at the entrance of the restaurant, maybe someone can hold it. It's called the thermometer gun, you know, without touching the forehead of the customers, and you can tell if this person has fever or not. Maybe that's something, you know, I don't think it has to be mandatory, but maybe we suggest the businesses do something like that.
I think we already may have some businesses doing that. In the video that will come out this week, Claudia will walk them through what the health order requires, specifically what they are required by the order to do as far as social distancing. I will tell you, we've gotten quite a bit of calls regarding this issue, and I think we're going to see a lot of business owners doing not only what the health order calls for, but taking it a step further. I think we already have some restaurants using the thermometer. I think we're definitely going to have a lot of inquiries, and our goal is to work with the businesses to make sure they're as safe as they can be. I recognize that last weekend with the opening of a lot of businesses, there was definitely a lot of buzz about countywide. I think the statistic I heard is over 50% of the restaurants that had opened were over capacity. Some were not following the health orders. I think our goal is on a local level to do our best to educate especially our restaurants, and really work with them to do all of the things that the health order is requiring for them to do. So fingers crossed, we want them to open, we want them to do good business, but above all, we want them to be safe.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Ding.
Yes, the question is for the Omni. Yeah, I saw the business development, the email for my business too. Okay, it's good, but a little bit confused me that for the CBD fund we city approved last week, like 2,500. When will be started for the application?
We are actually working on the applications as we speak, but we cannot launch that program until we get the final approval from CDBG. So based on last week's council meeting, now that we received clear direction from council on how much to designate and which type of program to conduct, we are providing that information to CDBG. And once they give us the green light, we will launch our programs. We anticipate that happening in the beginning of the fiscal year.
Oh, beginning of the next fiscal year. Oh, you mean the July 1st?
Yes, sir. And we anticipate it being in the beginning of July. It's right around the corner.
Okay, all right. And another question, like you say, we send like with the city logo the bag. So it's just sent by, delivered by the staff, or just let the small business coming to City Hall to pick it up, or which one you will be do that?
We think that it would be a good opportunity for us to have some FaceTime with our business community. And when I say we, I mean staff and council members, those of you who may be interested. I think it's a good opportunity for us to continue fostering those relationships and also provide, as I said earlier, a kind gesture to our businesses. So when we have all the materials ready, you will hear from me. We will be asking for volunteers if any of you have the time and the capacity to join us. Our thought is we will map it out. We will give each of our teams a quadrant. Of course, we also have to be safe and use our social distancing, wear our masks. If you're interested, I'm certainly looking for volunteers, and we can include you in those efforts.
Okay, yeah, just count on me for the volunteer too. Okay, definitely. I want to help our community. Thank you, Dominique. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mayor. No questions.
Okay, Councilmember Pu.
Thank you, Mayor. No questions. I certainly support Vice Mayor Liao being a member of this subcommittee, and I would be more than happy to also help in the effort to outreach to businesses. Just doing the math with 1,200 businesses and 5 of us, that's over 240 for each of us. So I hope we have some good walking shoes. Thanks to everybody for their efforts.
Was there anyone else? I guess no one else is interested in being part of the subcommittee. So Vice Mayor Liao and Councilmember Pu is our subcommittee. So Armine, I think you're in
Wait a
good hands.
second. Wait a second.
Oh, I thought you said you wanted to be part of the subcommittee.
No, I feel like my plate is already quite full.
I misunderstood. I
I'm
apologize.
happy to help when we get to doing the outreach to businesses, but I'm also happy to share the wealth and
I apologize. I misunderstood. I thought you
somebody
wanted
else.
to. Okay. Well, let me
No,
nominate Councilmember Ding. Would you be interested in being part of the subcommittee?
No problem, definitely. Well, I want to help.
No, but
committee.
do you want to be part of the? I better be really clear this time. Do you want to be part of the subcommittee?
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
If
So now
nobody volunteer, I will to spend my
well,
time.
we want some enthusiasm too, but I'm sure you will. So we will have a subcommittee. Both Vice Mayor Liao and Councilmember Ding will be part of the subcommittee to help our staff with the recovery and the outreach. And you will come back to the full council and give us updates. And I think we all want to partake in some way with this walking endeavor and outreach. So, thank you. Make sure all of us participate in some capacity. But thank you for volunteering, both of you. So,
and Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. May I request then that the next meeting we bring that back on as a agendized item to formalize that those appointments?
Okay, will do. And I have no questions for the presenters, so let's get to the next item, please.
Public comment. This is the time set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on items of interest that are not on the agenda but are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the San Gabriel City Council. Assistant City Clerk Bonus, please read any general public comments that have been received.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The first public comment is from Debbie Kilgore, and it reads as follows. Chief Harris, for the population of our city and the number of police officers, how many residents are each officer's position responsible for? Do you see a mental health worker responding to a domestic violence call by themselves at 2 a.m. because the police officers' positions have been decreased? The second public comment is from Chastity Jennings Nunez, and it reads as follows. To the San Gabriel City Council, and Councilman Harrington in particular, words have impact. It is one of the few statements you made during the June 9th meeting that I agree with. It is impossible to address the many false statements you made or to provide you with the resources to inform your woeful lack of knowledge in 3 minutes. If, as you said, you are open to listening and learning, I invite you to listen to your portions of the last meeting and then contact me. That a white, upper middle class, male, in the position of power, i.e. privilege, could empathetically state that systemic racism does not exist because he has not experienced or witnessed it, is the very essence of the problem. That you based your assessment on observations like, I know a lot of people who work in the government and I haven't come across a whole bunch of racists, is bone-chillingly frightening. I can deal with a white man yelling racial slurs standing under a Confederate flag. It is much harder to effect change when that is the only way people in power can recognize racism. I agree that it should be equality for all and an equal enforcement of laws. Sex, race, age, disability, color, and religion are protected classes designated by our state and federal government because there are inequalities built into and supported by institutions. The Constitution wasn't amended to abolish slavery and provide rights for the people of color and women because there were a couple of bad actors. It had to be amended because the wealthy, land-owning white men who wrote the Constitution didn't even consider that anyone other than men like themselves should have equal rights and protections. The US Constitution was arguably the first national document to essentially set up a system of institutional racism. It sanctioned the systemic distribution of resources, power, and opportunity to benefit white males at the exclusion of people of color and women. That is the definition of institutional racism. That you feel that San Gabriel systems and institutions and the citizens who live in San Gabriel live in a bubble, untouched and unaffected by the serious and deadly problems caused by implicit bias and institutional racism is deeply concerning. I agree that the SGPD is leaps and bounds ahead of LAPD and LA Sheriff's Department, but I would hope to measure them against a much higher bar. That is the end of the remaining 3 minutes. The next comment is from Brad Cato and Anna, and it reads as follows. Good evening, Mayor and council members. We support the San Gabriel Police Department. We oppose any reduction of their funding. The last comment I've received is from Mario Pace, and it reads as follows. Good evening, Mayor Menchaca and council members. My name is Mario Pace. I am a resident of San Gabriel. I adamantly oppose defunding our police department. I understand city revenues will be lowered this coming fiscal year, and you will have to make difficult decisions. I hope your ability to make these tough choices is not influenced by the emotionally charged time we are in these days. I feel too many politicians around the country have made rash decisions regarding their local police or sheriff departments when they have made calls for massive defunding or even worse, dismantling those departments. Only rational thought would be used when discussing the future funding of our police department. I feel the SGPD is a great department with an impressive chief and quality officers. I believe their noticeable outreach to the public has been a positive for the city. Thank you for your time. Mayor, that is all the comments we have for a public comment section.
Okay, thank you. Next item, please.
Consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar are considered routine, and recommendations will be approved in one motion unless a member of the city council or audience requests separate discussion.
Okay, have we had any requests from the public to pull any items?
Mayor, we have not received any public comments for the consent calendar.
Okay. Are there any council members that would like to pull any item for separate discussion? Okay, there are none. So do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Mayor, I believe that Vice Mayor Liao had a question on one item.
Okay, I'm sorry, I could not.
Sorry, you couldn't hear me.
Here you
I
are.
just have a quick question regarding item C.
that question would probably be for Ken. Ask your question, Vice Mayor.
Now,
Yes.
okay, so that we have one that is going to be mature on July 2nd.
Vice Mayor, you're going in and out, so make sure you speak.
Oh,
into the-
really?
Yeah, there, that's perfect.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, so yeah, it's the CDs that we have, and one of them is going to be mature on July 2nd, in a couple of weeks. And what are we going to do with that CD, and has the power, or who can decide we're going to deposit it in a specific bank? And because if you look at all the list of the bank, I never heard of any of them, but I guess we got them, and maybe because they offer the highest interest rate, that's why we place the money into their banks. But that's my question.
Ken, we can't hear you. Even though your mic is on, we cannot hear you.
Mayor Menchaca, I'll field that question, and if I say anything that is contrary, Ken will correct me. But Vice Mayor Leal, that's a great question. We have not put any new CDs in over a year. We've had several CDs that have matured in that time, every single one of them. Every one of those, when they have matured, we take those and put those into the local agency investment. So that's what we will continue to do. Your question on who decides that is decided by the finance director. And in fact, the very next item that we have on item D is our investment policy. And so even though the finance director makes those choices on a day-to-day basis, it's set by the policy that's by the city council. So the short answer to your question is we will not be CDs anytime over the next.
Let me switch to myself.
Any times over the next several months until we get those CDs down to a point where they're much lower as a percentage of our portfolio.
So Mark, regarding the state, I believe there's a criteria that all the cities are supposed to have more than 10% of our money into CDs. So I was curious, why don't we do something else besides CD? I look at the money market mutual fund, and we're allowed to put up 15% of our money into those accounts. So maybe in the future we can do something differently, and not just CDs.
Thank you. We'll look at that option as well.
Okay, thank you.
So if there's no other questions, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
A motion to approve?
Okay, second. Who would you like to second? I'll second it. Okay, call for the vote.
Councilmember Dean,
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Pu,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Liao,
Aye.
Mayor Menchaca.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Okay. Next item is public hearing, and there is none. The next item, item 6, is new business. And just a reminder that we did move item B to be A and vice versa. So with that, let's begin with the presentation by our Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director, Armene Sheparayan, regarding Animal Care and Control Services Agreement.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm going to give John a moment to help get my presentation up. The item before you tonight for review and consideration is the Animal Care and Control Services Agreement between the City of San Gabriel and the San Gabriel Valley Humane Society. Next slide, please. I recognize that this is an interesting topic and one that may involve some questions from council. Joining us this evening for my presentation, I also have Cindy Rigney from the San Gabriel Valley Humane Society. And at the end of my presentation, should you have any questions, she will be assisting me with answering some of these questions. In 2012, the City of San Gabriel entered into an agreement with the San Gabriel Valley Humane Society, SGVHS, for animal care and control services. Since that time, the agreement has automatically renewed and has had several increases. The San Gabriel Valley Humane Society has provided the city with several key services, including animal sheltering, field services, animal licensing, animal cremation, and general animal services. Next slide, please. In the last several years, the city has been notified that the cost of providing animal care and control services in general have continued to increase countywide. Specifically, the total number of animals in the city have also increased, leading to a greater level of service. Last year, during the budget process, a 36% increase was included as requested by SGVHS. Prior to that, typically a 5 to 6% increase took place between 2015-2019, with the exception of 2016-17, where the city had notified SGVHS that due to budgetary constraints, the city was not able to absorb an increase. And most recently, the city was notified that another 33% increase was anticipated for the upcoming fiscal year 2020-2021. This increase comes as a result of several factors, including the impact of COVID-19 and the ongoing increase in costs for operating animal care and control services. It is important to note that SGVHS also provides full animal care and control services to Temple City and sheltering, coupled with limited animal control services to the city of Doherty. In the past, they also provided sheltering and limited animal control services to the city of Rosemead. There have been from other cities, inquiries from other cities as well, to utilize SGVHS. However, for the time being, it is San Gabriel and Temple City using full services. Next slide, please. This chart shows the history of what the cost of the city has been from the original animal care and control agreement to the gradual increase of the city's original animal care and control contract in the last 8 years. As mentioned earlier, San Gabriel and Temple City are the two cities maximizing the services offered by the San Gabriel Valley Humane Society, which in turn also means we absorb a greater increase with a decrease in number of cities serviced by SGVHS. The ongoing increased costs are associated with continuing increases to minimum wage, increases in the cost of caring for animals entering the shelter, vaccinations, food, litter, etc., insurance costs, and the cost to maintain the aging facility. Additionally, the major Southern California provider of deceased animal cremation services is closing its facilities, and all facilities that are experiencing a cost increase of 4 times their prior expense. SGVHS has engaged only cremations in Newport Beach to provide cremation services. This facility now services several shelters and numerous veterinary practices in Southern California. Next slide, please. In preparation for this item, we did inquire and looked at other animal care and control service providers while we were negotiating the agreement, and we looked to obtain quotes from these providers, including Los Angeles County Department of Animal Care and Control and Pasadena Humane Society. Pasadena Humane currently services the cities of Altadena, Arcadia, Bradbury, Glendale, La Cañada Flintridge, Monrovia, Pasadena, San Marino, Sierra Madre, South Pasadena, and unincorporated Pasadena. We have reached out and learned from some of these cities that their costs have also increased in the last several years at a similar rate. The same goes true for the County of LA. The estimate from Pasadena Humane is $575,856. As we reached out to Pasadena Humane, we were originally told that they were at capacity. Unless there were any changes with any of their existing city clientele, they were unable to take on new contracts. Interestingly, as of yesterday, Pasadena Humane reached out to us to notify us that they now have some capacity, and should the city wish to utilize their services, we can. In addition, I mentioned we had reached out to the County of Los Angeles, Department of Animal Care and Control, and the estimate they provided us is $442,646. Next slide, please. In an effort to provide a new agreement for the City Council's consideration, staff has worked closely with the San Gabriel Valley Humane Society and the City Attorney's Office, and attachment A of your staff report contains a new agreement. This agreement actually provides for a one-year term, along with an option for an additional year extension with a 2% annual increase. The fees for services have also been updated to reflect what's currently being charged. Staff recognizes that this agreement is a temporary solution to a much greater issue that the city needs to resolve in coming years. We also recognize that we are not the only city that's in this predicament. Some of the other options we will be exploring during the term of this agreement include the following: possibly continuing to contract with SGVHS for a long-term agreement with a fixed annual rate increase, possibly changing the provider to either the County of Los Angeles or Pasadena Humane, but keeping in mind that their costs for services are continuing to increase as well. The formation of a joint powers authority with other local cities seeking animal control services, experiencing some of the same challenges we are. Lastly, the city exploring some sort of a hybrid program, possibly having the city provide part-time staff for animal licensing and possibly contracting with the facility for sheltering. There could be a variety of ways this can happen. We do recognize that this may take some time for us to research and explore and provide further analysis. Staff will continue updating Council in the next several months as more information is available with some of the options that I've laid out. Next, please. As mentioned earlier, the San Gabriel Valley Humane Society has requested a 33% increase to provide animal care and control services to the city. With this and the previous year increase, we're looking at approximately 110% increase in the cost of our contract since its inception in 2012. This has already been allotted in the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget, which is being to the City Council. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Sophia.
This concludes my presentation. The recommendation this evening is for the City Council to approve the Animal Care and Control Service Agreement with San Gabriel Valley Humane Society and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents related to this agreement. I am available to answer any specific questions you may have. And as I mentioned earlier, Cindy Rigney, Board President from the San Gabriel Valley Humane Society, is also joining us this evening. And we also have the City Attorney's Office available, who actually helped us draft the agreement that you're considering this evening to help with answering some of the questions. Thank you for this opportunity to introduce a very important topic, and we are now available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. So let's see, before we go to public comment, are there any clarifying questions? Councilmember Pu? Any
Thank you,
clarifying
Mayor.
questions? Clarifying?
Yeah, I mean, I had previously asked staff a number of various questions, which they have provided some responses. So I'll just incorporate that into my into the council discussion later on. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Harrington, clarifying questions?
No clarifying questions. I'll do the council comment as well. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Dane?
Okay, the question is, I just want to know, okay,
Well,
why?
clarifying questions, yeah.
Okay, oh,
We'll have discussion after public
all right,
comment.
okay, so no.
Okay, Vice Mayor Lau?
Not at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, and I have none. So the time for public comment on this item is now closed. Assistant City Clerk, please read any comments received.
Mayor, we haven't received any public comments for item B.
Okay, now we'll proceed to council deliberation discussion. Councilmember Pu.
Thank you. Hi, Cindy. For members of the public, Cindy Rigney is joined us on our go-to meeting, so you can see her and I guess speak with her. It's been quite a while, so it's good to see you. Good to see you're doing well. I want to say that none of the questions and comments I have are, and for any item really, should be taken personally. I think these are difficult times for everybody, and also a difficult time for the city. And we need to make our decisions based on what's in the best interest of the community. So, and I understand some of the reasons for some of the cost increases here, but it is really, really troubling to me that the cost of this contract has more than doubled in 5 years. And $350,000 is a lot of money for us right now. And I understand, the services that the Humane Society provides. However, for us on the council, I think the question is whether or not we're getting the right value, to be offered here. Looking at some of the information that was provided in answer to some of my questions, the number of animals and calls for service and so forth, it's somewhat higher than say like 2018, but it's actually lower than it was like in 2014. It's relatively stable, I'm going to say, based on that 6-year review. Some of the financial information, although we're not looking at audited financials here, I would say also had some disturbing trends. For example, the line item for compensation seems to have increased from $512,000 in 2015 to $882,000 in 2020, which is a 75% increase over the 5-year period. The revenues, but the revenues at the same time have only increased about 40% over the same period of time. Expenditures during that period of time have increased up approximately 55%. So I note these factors simply because we need to obviously, as trustees of the public fisc, we need to make sure that those monies are being appropriately spent and not just going obviously to a lot of other to just raises for employees and so forth and so on. Obviously across the board, compensation has necessarily needed to increase to be able to keep up with cost of living and affordability in the area. However, this is a situation here where it feels like it's a little bit excessive, and then we at the city are being asked to shoulder the burden here. Again, because the cost of the contract now has doubled over the last 5 years, over doubled. So one question I do have for you, Cindy, is whether or not we can engage the Humane Society on an a la carte basis. So this quote, I'm going to call it, of $350,000 is for a full service. And I'll also note that apparently from our city attorney's office, we are under no legal mandate to have contracted animal control services. So we're in a situation here where you know, of course, you know, strays and things like that, you know, do need to be addressed. Other animal needs need to be addressed, spaying, neutering, vaccination, so forth. I would assume, however, that a lot of those services are billed to and paid for by the residents who are requesting those services. So that's why I wonder why the city as a whole needs to subsidize or contribute to those costs to the tune of $350,000. That's sort of, I just want to provide that overall framework for these questions, and then and ask whether or not it's possible to maybe engage for certain of the services at a lower cost, or is it just an all or nothing type of arrangement?
We are currently looking at various options ourselves, because as you can tell from our financials, we have been struggling for many, many years. I will go back and share that prior to 2012, we were part of the JPA with San Gabriel, Temple City, Monrovia had been in it at one point. At one point, it was up to like 13 cities. The shelter would have closed in 2009 if a group of volunteers had not come in and basically politely asked the then executive director to leave. The JPA, we basically said in 2012, at that point, we could no longer service those cities, and we wanted to contract with the cities individually, because again, we would have, the JPA was not to our benefit, to anybody's benefit at that point. So we currently have been dealing with a lot of financial situation as far as minimum wage. Those increases continue every year. As our animal numbers have increased, we have had to add some staff, but I will share that the majority of our staff is at a minimum wage, and they do not get any benefits. None of our employees currently receive any benefits, with the exception of some paid time off for sick and vacation, because we simply have not been able to afford that. Our compensation has been questioned by many, many people, simply because we lose staff, because we cannot compete with other agencies in the area. Our animal control officers, our kennel staff, we have a group of people that are pretty just dedicated to the shelter itself and the animals we serve. I think it's pretty unheard of. I mean, you can take a look at your own city matrix for compensation. And I looked at it a couple years ago, and obviously your park guys were making a lot more than our animal control officers were at the time. So we have done everything we can to keep those costs at a minimum. We have a kennel manager, a clinic manager, and an office care manager. We do not have an executive director. All of that is done on a volunteer basis. So the rest of our costs, obviously, costs are going up. We have an aging shelter, and those costs have been killing us. We were about ready to start a capital campaign.
I'm sorry, Cindy. I'm sorry, Cindy. Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but the question is it possible to contract with the Humane Society on an a la carte basis?
We can do some of that within reach. For instance, Dwardy, we do their sheltering. We do not do their animal control. They have their own police code enforcement area that does that. There are certain cities that have put that into effect, primarily when they wanted to leave the county. So we could do just sheltering, but again, sheltering is the bulk of these costs. It truly is the number of animals that have been coming in.
And then, you know, a few years ago, I think what happened in my own backyard was maybe a stray cat had given birth and had left a kitten. And so when we heard the meowing and things, I went out to take a look, and there's just a little kitten there. Fed it and called you guys, and you said that the policy was that we have to, contain it or capture it first before you can come out. Is that still the policy of the Humane Society, that if there's a stray animal, that whoever's calling for the service must sort of contain it or capture the animal before you'll come to take it
It
into
depends
custody?
on if it's a cat or a dog. Stray dogs, we will always be out there. If it is a cat, it could be a feral cat, kittens in particular. With kittens, the mama will come back and find them normally. If it is a cat that is a feral cat, they're going to be taken off for the hills before we can even get there normally. So that's the policy of any shelter, honestly. That's our standard operating procedure. Obviously, if there is a feral cat that an owner has trapped, we would be assisting that owner with that cat. Hopefully we can trap, neuter, release that cat. That is the ultimate goal for community cats, feral cats.
Okay. I think other cities such as Rosemead have adopted a hybrid model. I'm assuming that kind of goes along the same lines as what you're describing for the city of Doherty.
Yes.
And is it possible to share what that model is that Rosemead currently? I think you still provide some services to the city of
We
Rosemead.
do not provide services to Rosemead. We stopped providing services to Rosemead a couple of years ago now. My understanding is they do have their own code enforcement officers going out, as does Duarte, and they actually go to a rescue of sorts, but they have a real hybrid situation in that they also have to have another local vet where the animals go first, and they have those costs, and then they go to the quasi rescue for sheltering after that.
Okay. All right. Thanks for providing some additional information and detail there.
It's not a bad model if you want to take that on.
Yeah, I think we need to look at other models to be quite honest with you, and apologies in some sense because it's simply the dollar number. I'm still trying to get over the sticker shock, to be honest with you, and I'd like to hear the comments and discussion of some of my colleagues here, and come back to a proposal perhaps by the end of the discussion as to what to do on this agenda item. So thanks again, Cindy, and also thanks to the staff for bringing this item specifically forward, because I had actually, it slipped my mind that we were in the middle of this negotiation to renew this contract, and I'm thankful that we have the opportunity to specifically talk about it, particularly because of the very steep cost increase here. So thank you, Mayor. If I can maybe perhaps reserve or to be able to come back at a later point in time in the discussion, I would appreciate that.
Okay, Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a few questions, and obviously this is for Cindy, when we dissolved the joint powers, that means that whoever stayed with you with the Humane Society is going to take on some of the overhead necessarily, because there's so many less cities involved. Have you actively approached other cities to try and offer services? I mean, besides RFPs and things when they come out, but actively said, hey, we can lower your costs possibly depending who you're getting served with?
Yeah, we have been approached by several cities for that purpose. I will share that we have, because we were at capacity, the animals that we were taking in from Temple City and from San Gabriel and from Duarte and Rosemead, we were over capacity, which is one of the reasons why we said, we needed to not work with them at that point. We have been at capacity, so we have been unable to take on additional cities. In fact, I had a discussion with one of your former city officials who told me specifically that if we were to consider taking on another city, he would take great exception to that. So again, we have been limited by our capacity, which is why we want to do a campaign to completely renovate the shelter and add capacity, because we do want to take on additional cities. That's part of our mission. And it would obviously help defray some of the costs.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at, because I know you've undertaken a lot of campaigns in the past, really since the Joint Powers has
Right.
resolved. I've seen a lot of good programs coming out of the Humane Society. I wouldn't want to lose that partnership. Obviously, no one in the council is happy to see this large of an increase. Do you have any projection for next year? Or any idea what the numbers are going to look like? Are there be another large increase or status quo? Or do you have any idea?
I think the as you folks were just talking about with COVID is the real kicker in this entire situation. Our animal intake numbers, and brief, I'm sure Armene, she may have talked to you about some of this before. Our quote is basically based on the animal intake numbers and the number of ACO calls. When those numbers go down, what's been happening is the minimum wage goes up, so our costs go up. If the number of animals go down, it might stay fairly flat. But if the number of animals pop, like it did with you folks this last year, because we're always billing in arrears, that's the issue. This year with COVID-19, we have very few animals coming into the shelter, because we have been telling residents, if you have an animal that you can continue to care for, please do so, because as a group of shelters nationwide, the mandate was to basically clear the shelter, leave room for COVID necessities to come in and be properly cared for, and keep the spread of COVID down amongst our staff and the public. So we have a dramatically reduced intake right now. Based on that, one would think that the fee for next year could significantly go down. I can't predict what's going to happen though as we reopen. Are we going to get flooded with animals? That's the question. I have heard from other shelters that, or other cities that are complaining that the shelters they work with do not properly vet the resident or the person bringing in the stray. I will say that our procedures for that are very stringent. We don't give anything away. We make sure that that animal was found within the city boundaries. We really want to make sure that we are not billing you folks for anything that is not properly. So if it's, we check the city boundaries, literally. We look for something that was found outside in the county area of San Gabriel. And you have gotten a few phone calls for that, I believe, because we've been turning people down and they don't understand why when they have a San Gabriel address. So we are doing everything we can to keep the numbers down. And we feel that we've been doing a pretty good job at it. This last year, it was a lot of cats coming in. I don't know why. It was back to 2014 levels.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's down. It will be down next year due to COVID, but I can't say how much.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I looked through when I looked through the agenda items, I saw that the city had contacted Pasadena as well as the county, and numbers are higher than our contract last year, but they're much better. I mean, as far as a market price, it's the best market price we could find.
Right.
So my opinion for council regarding the market and the convenience of actually being located in our city, I don't know that we could beat that. And I believe Councilmember Pooh said that we're not under a legal obligation to contract, but I don't know that, like Cindy said, our employees are paid more than theirs. So I don't know that we could find a San Gabriel solution. I mean, keep in mind, we have to pay pensions, and then we run through service. We have a lot of costs on top of that. Our insurance would go up, our workers' comp would go up. So, and workers' comp is based on salary, insurance is based on salary. So we'd be paying more overall. And then when our let's say we had our own animal control officers, when they're idle, what are they doing? Because you guys have idle time too. You're not always in San Gabriel doing San Gabriel work. It's only when you get a call.
Right.
I think it is an efficient model to contract that. I don't know that we could start our own animal control services and then just shelter or other services a la carte. I don't know that that would work for us. We're too small of a city. And then the county and Pasadena are not really options. So unless we see, I mean, obviously we don't like to see such a big increase, but I went through the numbers. I see where they're coming from. I would like to, like you said, you're not obligated to an audit. I read that. I would like to see, you know, I'm not saying I don't trust the numbers, but I would like to verify them with a third party. I mean, I think that's always a good thing to do.
We have the review every 2 years, and the last review we had was for 17-18. So as soon as we complete the 2020 year, we will do for another 2-year review. And that again is with a national, well-respected CPA firm.
Perfect, thank you. I think that's all my comments for now, Mayor. Thank you. Thanks,
Thank
Cindy.
you. Vice Mayor Leal?
Hello. Hey, thank you, Mayor. Hi, Cindy.
Hi.
Hi. So I just want to go back to the history of our San Gabriel Human Society. I remember Pat from New York. What year was that?
Pat was part of the original group back in 2009 that basically took over the shelter, and then she functioned until about 2013 as board president.
Okay, so at that time I thought, wow, St. Gabriel Human Society is so lucky to have this lady and came on board, and she knows every single media TV station. And remember the roof fell down.
When the roof fell.
Right. Within 6 hours, raised 300,000 or something. So it's really amazing. But also remember, in the years back, we always have a community volunteers group, you know, Rotary Club, whatever, and they always come to the Humane Society to help, you know. So do you still have those people involved?
We have not had as many folks volunteering. What we've seen a lot of is the local Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts wanting to get their Eagle Award or their Gold Award. We have had some Rotaries, but it hasn't been from San Gabriel. It's been even West Covina. Different agencies do different things. I think Leanne Dixon's passing was a big loss.
Right. So, well, you know, we want to help, but as you mentioned, you know, one of the things is the infrastructure is so old.
Right.
But I was there about a month ago, pretty empty. And so in a way, I thought, well, maybe because the COVID-19, a lot of people want to adopt pets. So yeah, so the cage is pretty empty. But you mentioned you lost like 5,500 a week.
Right.
And that's a lot of money every week.
A lot of money.
Yeah. So why is that? Because there's no adoption? There's no...
No, that is because we were, as an essential function, we were deemed as an essential function. But the shelter veterinary community believed that, and still to some extent still believes, that spay neuters and vaccinations were not essential functions. So even the rabies vaccination was deemed a non-essential function, which shocked me. But so we were not able to do our public spay neuters and our public vaccinations, and we were doing those 4 days a week for a couple hours a day. So that's where all that revenue went. We had a fantastic turnout. I mean, our community was wonderful about coming in and adopting all of our animals. You know, typically we've got 180 cats and 90 dogs, and we're down to about 10 big dogs now. We have no small dogs at all. They fly out of there. And the number of cats is down to, last time I looked on Sunday, was 10. So again, that is going to have an impact for next year's billing. And I'm already starting to morose about that, in all honesty. We've got to find a way to deal with that whole situation. But we've still got the compensation issues with our staff and the lack of benefits. And as you can see, comparing us to other agencies, I looked at those when Armine shared that with me this morning. I went, I underbid, but but we're always trying to be fair and honest, and we want a partnership. I mean, we have a really good partnership. We've had it for many years. A couple of you will remember the picketers outside in 2012. We certainly don't want to go through that. We want to build the partnership, make sure it's strong, and find other ways to support each other. Armine and I talked a little bit about, let's do something for the TNR program. That's an alternative source of revenue for the shelter, and it would help your community cat problem, which in turn would decrease the number of cats that we see on a normal basis. That's the community cats that come in, and that's where your numbers popped this last year. And it is very, it's seasonal, but looking at the statistics from 2014 on, it was going this way. Last year, for whatever reason, some of it being the weather changes, honestly, the numbers popped, and more people did not want to keep cats on their property. They were just turning them in left and right. It depends on the year, depends on the season.
Right. So in the past, I remember you shelter an animal, cats or dogs, for over, 6 months, then you start euthanizing those animals. You don't do them anymore.
No, we have not had to euthanize for space for, about 5 years now. Because our adoption rate is so high. We adopt well over 90% of our dogs. I think it's like 95%, if not higher. Some we can get to go to rescue, but majority are adoptions. We do still have to euthanize for public safety. Obviously, if a dog is going to be a public safety risk, we would euthanize. For cats, we have an adoption rate of over 40%, which is kind of the national average, and we are inching up to about 60 to 70%. Again, these are pre-COVID. We need to see where the dust is going to settle after this.
Okay, and another increase is the cremation of animals. So is there a way that you can find a cheaper way to do that?
D&D services provided this service for the majority in the county shelters, the majority of Southern California, San Diego Humane, all of us. We were serviced by them. They went out of business, long story, and we were lucky enough to get only cremations. Everybody was scrambling. Everybody was trying to do the best they could. They gave us the lowest price that they were willing to give to anybody. And it's very competitive with what all the other shelters are doing. But as a whole, we have all seen our costs at least go up 4 times. D&D was making money off of the rendering that they were doing.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Cindy. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Dane.
Yeah. Hi, Sandy.
Hi.
Meet you. Okay. So I think the council member, 3 council members is already asking a lot of most question. So my question is, how do you I think the cost is based on how many animal your facility have, right?
Partially.
It's partially, not okay.
It's the big chunk of it. Yes, it's the number of animals that we take in and the animal control calls that we receive.
Okay. Do you know why too many the animal go to shelter, or how can we the community to reduce that?
I think one of the biggest ways to work on that is, again, with the trap, neuter, return program for the community cats. I am in discussions with other communities locally to try and put together a program where the cities will actually underwrite part of the costs or provide grants. I heard your small business loan speaking a little earlier. So we have been out looking for grant money to subsidize some of this, but finding a partnership with a city that can subsidize some of this, that's going to help the cat numbers. It helps the cat community, it helps the residents, and it's going to keep the numbers down from the number that come into the shelter as well.
Okay.
Dogs are a totally different thing. I think you can see, I mean, the licensing revenue, yes, you will be paying us $350,000, but last year you received about $44,000 in licensing revenue. So, you know, we're trying to give back there too. A lot of that comes from our own, you know, the mailing we do, blah, 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 but also from the fact that the animals from your city are brought to us if they're out and stray. And if they hit that shelter door and that owner wants them back, they're going to pay for that license right then and there before they ever walk out again. So we do capture a lot of license revenue that way as well. And then obviously our officers out there in the community picking up stray dogs. If they see an animal at an address, they have cell phones and they can look it up and see if the animal is licensed or not. There's a lot of different ways that the sheltering and the animal control do integrate, and certainly from the perspective of gaining licensing revenue for the city.
Okay. So the license is only for dog or for cats too?
You folks are only licensing for dogs. That is something that you could absolutely consider, is licensing cats. Title 10, the county ordinance for a lot of the animal control. Temple City has adopted a good chunk of that. They have not adopted the cat licensing yet, but it is always a topic of discussion. And again, that could be revenue for the city. Absolutely. But you have to go back to your residents and say, now you got a fee for having these cats.
Yeah, I understand. And okay, but you say that also the current for the next year we got a full service. If not a full service, just the basic service is how much we can save.
I honestly have to, I mean, the way we bill, it's an inclusive number, because we look at all of the costs, all of the revenues, and we bill on that, and it's just a flat monthly basis. If we were to go to an a la carte, I'd have to completely look at all the numbers again. I'd have to go back to my board and see what would be feasible. And obviously take a look at capacity issues and things of that nature.
Okay, so my understanding is so your facility just provide a full service, no option for the just like basics. At
this point, I think that would probably be what we'd have to say for the next year. And that would, you know, if you guys want to take the next year and look at the options, and we can continue the dialogue, and you can talk to other cities. That would be, I mean, and we have our options then to go to some of these cities where we've said, sorry, we can't service you. But you know, everybody be looking at all the permutations and combinations.
Okay, all right. Because I just wanted to have some knowledge of what's the difference for the full service or basic service. So see.
Yeah, I can't break it down right now because that's not the way we build our numbers.
All right. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Cindy.
Hi.
Thank you for coming to our meeting. I appreciate it. I too have benefited from the services for the Humane Society. I actually have a polydactyl cat.
Yes.
That I got. And you know what that is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, and still strong after 16 years. So
that's important.
Yes, that's important. So we take good care of our cats. My question is, again, my colleagues have had asked a lot of the questions I was interested in, but let me just kind of narrow down to a few more that haven't been asked. What if, just a scenario, what if San Gabriel decided not to continue with the agreement? Would that be a deal breaker for the Humane Society? Could you continue on without our city?
We would obviously be going back to some of the cities that have approached us previously and try and work with them.
Okay, but
Yeah.
so you do have other options too.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think from our perspective, I mean, you are our host city. We have served the city of San Gabriel. We have been a business partner for the city of San Gabriel, and I don't honestly know how far back it goes, but it's well back into the 60s, 50s, 40s, probably. We believe that we bring business into the city, honestly, because when we are up and running and we have the vast majority of our adoptions are for people from Los Angeles, from other places in the San Gabriel Valley, from Burbank, from all over. The majority of our adopters are coming to the city of San Gabriel, to the shelter. So we view ourselves as a good business partner just from the perspective of saying, we're bringing business in. Do they stop at a Starbucks while they're here? Do they run out to the local pet store, you know, Super Pets, or wherever to get supplies? We like to think that we're a destination and that we have brought business into the city that other businesses have benefited from.
okay. So since we've had this partnership for so long, how active do you think our city has been involved with management or involved with fundraiser? I mean, is that something that the board has considered, maybe having representation from each of the cities? Or I'm just kind of understanding, since we have such a long relationship,
right?
I haven't seen during my short time here any level of involvement, to be honest. I mean, I've been to your events, and I know some of my colleagues have too, but I haven't seen, representatives from whether it's city staff or even council members on the board or in any capacity really helping move the Humane Society forward. Whether it's financially, aside from the once a year, bill we get, but how receptive would you be for us to be much more involved? Is that some of the thoughts that the other cities have maybe shared with you, that they would like to be more involved? Just trying to get an understanding here.
Yeah, I think the other cities have shared that they would like to be more involved from a fundraising standpoint. How could they support us with fundraisers? Because that's what's going to be moving the shelter forward. And I mean, without naming names, I think we can all kind of guess who has the donation base within our Southern California area. And that's critical. We need to find ways to reach out into other cities and get other residents involved and with our fundraising efforts. I would love to have the support of council members and other city representatives to help us with fundraising. We were just poised to do a major fundraiser May 9th with the Hilton. They were going to be underwriting a big part of our major fundraiser. And unfortunately, COVID, put the kibosh on that. But that was supposed to be the kickoff for our capital campaign. I would love to have the city's support and involvement. And we have had some of this. I have met with, this goes back to Mark Gallatin, where we were the beneficiary of working with the city officials and builders within the city that are adjacent to our property. And, basically they tore down a part of our back 40 that needed to be torn down and put up fencing and cleaned it up. The city was very proactive in helping us with that. We would like to continue with that. I have reached out a couple times and said, gee, if you guys could help us out with surveyors or getting some architectural drawings, anything that we can do to avail ourselves of services that the city has on hand and provides, we would very, very much appreciate that, because we just don't have the deep pocket to get that moving forward at this point. I know the housing, the residential community that's going in on our side, they were coming out and to start talking to us about what they could do to help. Because as he said, we have a vested interest. We're going to be looking over that wall, and we don't like what we see now. We want to help you guys improve. We're all for that. And the city's involvement with that process is very much appreciated.
Well, what about the city involvement actually with the management, with being like having a seat at the table as decisions are being made? Because it just seems like even though we are the host city, we seem to play a very big part of this humane society. And so as a public entity, accountability is very important. You know, understanding the details, but also having a voice. And no voice here unless we're on the board of directors or some capacity on management. Is that something the board of directors would be receptive to or open to?
I think we'd have to look at it from the standpoint of we'd have to be fair and representative. Each city would have to have a representative. Each city would, and there, you know, you could in theory get into a conflict of interest issue. That we'd have to take a good, strong look at. But at a minimum, because I have given it some thought, we'd have to have a representative from every city that we serve. Maybe we put that on an advisory committee of some sort that could come to the board meetings and listen. We are also actively looking for and would love to get it from a member of the community. I always say I have 2 vets. I don't need another vet on my board. We need an attorney on our board. We need an architect on our board. So that type of a situation where you have a community member that wants to come onto the board and give us their sage advice would be very much appreciated, because we are actively looking for board members that bring a professional view to the board. I work at a private school, and our National Association of Independent Schools has a tried and true adage for board members: time, treasure, and talent. All board members have to have at least one, if not all 3 of those. The time to put the effort in, because we are a working board since we don't have a management structure really. So the time, the treasure, the financial commitment, and the talent.
I guess from my perspective, when we're using taxpayers' money, $350,000, that's a significant investment. And so we need to do our due diligence and have proper oversight. And right now, I don't feel like we've had that, even though we're a longtime partner. We've been probably a little more distant. And so that would be something I would be interested in seeing. And so that's why I'm asking you the questions. Also, what would happen if, let's say, the agreement expires June 30th, and we want to have maybe a little bit more time to evaluate? Would, for example, the month of July, would we be billed for the services rendered? Because really there's no services right now because we're still dealing with COVID, or minimal services. Is that how it would function? Or what would happen if June 30th it expires and we don't have an agreement?
That's a good question. I mean, I'd have to go back to my board and talk about what we would want to do. I think that from the perspective of, you know, our long-term relationship, I would hope that we would be, and the quotes that you have from other agencies, I would hope that we would be able to continue for a year, and everybody can evaluate all of their options at that point. I honestly don't know. And part of this is because we found ourselves in a situation such as that a few years ago with a city that we no longer service. And for the first and only time, I had to go out and get an attorney to represent the shelter, because it was the same type of situation. And it got to the point where we were being very badly abused. So I don't want to go through that again.
Okay. And lastly, I guess for staff, I do understand that Rosemead, has a model. I don't know exactly what the model is, but it sounds like it's a hybrid model of some sort. They've brought in their licensing. They, I guess, work with different shelters. Maybe they still work partially with the shelter, the Humane Society, but they also work with vets for the housing. And I guess that was the only option that I didn't see. We went to the Pasadena Humane Society, we went to LA County, but I would like to see, I guess if it could be cost out, what would it look like if we did something like Rosemead? And I'm actually looking at staff now.
Let me jump in here because I will share that in that particular situation, at the time that they made that decision and went out with that hybrid, that cost them more than we were quoting at the time.
Okay. Well, again,
full
I'm looking at
disclosure.
staff. Thank you for that comment. But I'm just looking at staff. If there was any, you need more time, obviously, but that would have been a great third option because again, it's 350,000. I want to keep drilling that number. It's a big number. It would be helpful to see. Of course, I believe we should have, continue our relationship with you, Cindy, because we are the host city. I agree with you. It is one of the gems in our city. It truly is. But again, from a fiduciary responsibility, we need to at least look at all options. So when we do get feedback, in which I know I have, don't you have other options? Look at Rosemead. Rosemead has, I think, less than us. I think there are 60,000. Maybe because we are so small, it would be cost prohibitive. But I just think it needs to be explained, maybe a little more detail. And I would like to at least have one more meeting to maybe just explore that. And I'll go back to my council members because I can see some have maybe additional questions. But that would be the only thing missing here for me is just, what would it look like? Because my understanding is the licensing, we can absorb in-house. Maybe we may have to hire a part-time person just to dedicate, the time for that. Maybe, I don't know. We would have to identify vets who would want to have a shelter. So I don't know if that's the type of business we want to get into, but it's important to at least look at it, with as another option. That's all. Mark, did you want to say something?
I'd be happy to respond to that, Mayor Menchaca. I think we could have put it, I could have put it more explicitly stated in the staff report, but basically that's what we're committing to do over the next year of the contract. Short of exercising one of the options that Councilmember Pooh discussed, which is not providing services for a period of time, we really don't have any other option right now to start on July the 1st because of the nature of how long it would take to put something else in place. That, given that fact, but also the fact that there are several cities that are looking to do another model with the cities around us that are working with Pasadena Humane Society and other cities that are looking at the county and those costs, we feel like if we had some time, we would work with those cities to see if we could find some economies of scale that would be helpful as part of the San Gabriel Valley Humane Society. And maybe with those economies of scale and all of the cities being involved, some of our costs that have increased over the last year or two could be put into some sort of an amortization for a new building if 5 or 6 cities got involved. And maybe that cost goes to something other than the sheltering services. It goes to that facility. Or perhaps it's a hybrid model like what Rosemead did. And there is folks out there that we would use for sheltering, and then we would provide either our current code staff with more like them or a separate animal control staff. And we could put together those options. But even if we put together that option for council and said, here's what we recommend, there would still be an implementation time, and we wouldn't be able to turn off the San Gabriel Valley Humane Society on the 30th of June or even July or August, and then start up with our own model or a different model, you know, on August 1st or September 1st or whatever that time period would be. So I agree with every comment that I've heard about the amount of money that we spend is precious for our city, especially during these times. But I don't see another option that we can exercise quickly. The quick work that we did do to find out if there was that option came back with Pasadena and the county as both being not better options. So if the council has a desire to go without services for a while or a reduced service level, then we can look at that. But short of that, if we want to continue the services that we are doing, I would suggest we continue forward with the contract as in front of you, and then look at it again over this year, not waiting for a year, but starting right away. And I will.
Well, I was just going to point out, Mark, just as a reminder, this is only a one-year contract. So it is possible to extend it for 1 year, but with the assurances from staff that it will be looked at all the different options, relationships, and you know, just possibilities with other cities.
Right.
Okay. Councilmember Pu?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thanks for all the comments, both Sydney, Mark, and Armine. I still think this is way too expensive a contract for the service that it is. The services that are included are animal sheltering, field services, animal licensing, animal creation services, which is actually outsourced to a separate third party, and general animal services, which I take would be, you know, vaccination, spay, neuter, maybe veterinary type of services. So with respect to that category, I think that, you know, private residents who have pets and they have a need for those types of services can go to a vet and get those services for their pets.
Or they pay us separately. That is not included in your city fees in any way, shape, or form.
And, which is again another question as to why then, you know, $350,000 is required for it. I think that the cost structure here is problematic, and I don't think that cost will be decreasing, honestly, for you guys there at the Humane Society, Sydney. I'm sorry to say, as you noted, you know, you might be paying everybody just the minimum of what you need to, without benefits and so forth and so on. That, you know, that isn't a sustainable model. What I would like to see and what I would propose here, because I think money that we can save here can then be reallocated for other services such as social services or other things that we may need going forward. And I don't want to spend the whole amount for the full year to do that. I'm actually, you know, looking at, maybe I can ask one of the clarifying question on some of these, the data that you provided, Cindy. ACO calls, is that the terminology?
Animal control officer calls, yes.
Those are calls for service, essentially,
Yep.
right? Okay, so this past year there was 1283, or 2019, 1283. That's you know, a little bit more than 100 per month. The year before that, 988. Year before that, 674. In my mind, these are that and the sheltering are the only services that we as a city could not really just do ourselves. I think we could bring the animal licensing in-house without that much of an additional cost. And we already have business licensing. We already have parking licensing, you know, all kinds of other licenses that we do process. And so I think that even if it required an additional staff person or even part-time staff person, it's going to be a lot less than $350,000 for the year. So I'm actually, I have two options basically. One is to go without having these services for a period of time while we figure out a model that best works for our community, more cost-effective model that works for our community. And then we keep that $350,000 in suspense, so to speak, so that funding is there and available should we come up with a solution that we can still provide some of the services, but at a lower cost. And then the other option is to simply have an even shorter term agreement here than a full year, because the full year costs $350. I think what I would be interested in seeing is, well, again, it was mentioned by Councilmember Ding, Vice Mayor Liao, Mayor Menchaca. What are the basic services and how much would they cost? If it's just the sheltering and the field services, what would that cost? And I know, Cindy, you're not prepared to, and I wouldn't expect you to have an answer for that right now. But maybe that kind of cost structure would be something that would be more in line with what our community needs and what we would be willing to pay. And then any money saved from the $350,000. So for example, if those services cost, if just those two services, the animal sheltering and field services, was like $150,000 per year, then the remainder of $200,000. Well, you're shaking your head, but you go and do the work first. Don't just.
But I am looking at the animal numbers, and
I'm just using this as an example.
Mhm.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Now, the point is that I don't favor entering into the full contract of a full year for $350,000. I think that we either go without services for a short period of time while we do come up with a solution, or we look at a short term, like maybe 3-month reduced service level contract that can at least just help us to take care of the strays, I suppose. Again, like if we, in 2017, there were 674 calls for service. That's like a little bit more than 50 per month. I would almost like to see a pricing on a per call basis, and then also just the per, for sheltering, sort of, what does it cost, to shelter an animal for X number of days. So this is not related to the Humane Society. I'm just saying in general, it needs to be broken down to me on a sort of per unit basis, and then we can evaluate what it is. So those are my proposals it's to basically put then that $350,000 that's currently in the budget into a sort of suspense account, to be used for any potential solution that we find for this particular set of services. But then, the remainder, if we are able to save money at the end of the day, that would then be, released back to the general fund for other purposes. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Harrington, I think your mic is on. Did you want to make any comments?
Yeah, I actually have a couple from the items that have just been brought up. I wanted to ask Mark, when he said we could go without services, what exactly does that mean, and what are the results of that?
Councilman Harrington, I don't know what that means. That was a proposal by Councilman Pu. I mean, from my understanding, it would be we would not provide any animal control services to San Gabriel residents. And if somebody called, then we would say that that's not a service that we provide, and they could go to the Humane Society on their own if they had an animal, or pay for those costs. As far as the effects of that, I would have no idea. That's not something that we have looked at yet.
Well, I mean, the effect would be we'd have animals running around and individuals not willing to pay for them. So it would end up being on residents, but it'd be on responsible residents willing to pay individual fees. And I don't think that's sustainable either. So as far as going without service, I don't know how we would do that efficiently or effectively. Who's going to collect animals when someone calls? And now there'd be no one to call that actually has a contract with us. So theoretically, San Gabriel Humane Society could say, "No, sorry, we're not taking your call. Go call the city again." Then we end up with cops. That's who we're left with, who we're trying to defund. Some of these people want to defund these cops. So is that going to be the result? Our cops start doing animal control because evidently we pay our cops too much. So I don't think that's sustainable either. So that approach just won't work. And as far as licensing fees, I believe we do receive part of that, right? The city gets a portion of the license fees. That's my understanding.
100%.
Yeah. So setting that money off to have us do it, we could do it, but I don't know that our overhead is lower. It's gonna reduce. We will have overhead on that. And then the way I see it is like, so someone calls, we don't have any services. Where do we shelter those animals? Because eventually the cops are going to pick them up, and they have to shelter those animals that eventually do get picked up. And we did get unit pricing because we went to the county to see what they would charge us. It's $449 per impound. And based on 800 impounds, that's $359,360. That's just for the impound. That is not for the care. The housing is $109 a day. And at the end of the time, the county as a kill shelter, they would charge us $325 if that animal was not adopted. So we're already, instead of $350, we just on our numbers that San Gabriel Humane Society is quoting us, we'd be at $442. And I understand that we're billed in arrears, so we're billed actuals. So the actual cost we're being quoted from San Gabriel Humane Society is actually lower. And then if you go to Pasadena Humane Society, it's $500,000. It's actually $575,000. So $350,000 is a lot. It's gone up a lot, but it's relative to the market and what San Gabriel as an entity could do, it's our best option. It's not an option to say, hey, let's just let animals run wild in the streets. That is not an option. That's not leadership. And that's not fiscal responsibility. That's not anything you want to call it. So I don't know what we would do. And we're relying, let's say, on San Gabriel Valley Humane Society's good graces. What if the board does decide, if San Gabriel doesn't want us on the contract, maybe they want to go with another city and our spot gets filled, and we've lost that. We've lost the best priced option because we were short-sighted. To me, that's just not a good plan. And then I did have a question. This is going to be for Keith, not for Mark. I wanted to get an opinion on city council members sitting on a contractor's board. I don't think that's appropriate. I really don't. I would be very uncomfortable with city council members sitting on a contracting entity's board with decision-making power, because we have fiduciary duty to the city. And if you're on a board, theoretically, you have fiduciary duty to that board. How can you have two competing fiduciary duties? Is that even something that would be sustainable?
Well, what you're asking me is, it's really like an incompatibility of office question rather than a conflict of interest question. If you're sitting on the board, you're donating your time. It's not a source of income, as I understand it. Do I have that correct? This is not.
Well, that's not it. That's not, you have it correct, because then you would have two competing interests, one to do what's best for the board, one to do what's best for the residents of San Gabriel. One you were elected to do, one you decided to do.
So my recollection is that there is an incompatibility offices statute. It's founded on the common law principle, you can't serve two masters. Mm-hmm. So in that sense, that could be incompatible office. However, what I would need to check into is I don't recall if there is some kind of exception for nonprofit charity work. And typically, by the way, incompatible offices refers to two publicly elected offices. So
I understand that. But I'm talking about just the appearance of it. I mean, this is an agency contracting with us for dollars. Yes, they're a nonprofit, but some people do make money there, and so you're making decisions. My point is, how do you serve both masters? Exactly what you're saying. And I know the common law states it that way, but there is statutory language. To me, it just doesn't seem like it doesn't pass the smell test. Let me put it that way.
Yeah. I would, in order to give you a definitive legal answer to that, I'd have to do some research, but I think you're making more of a policy point.
Well, that's what we're here for. That's what the council's job is. I mean, that's why I'm making that point.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I don't have, I have to look at it from a legal position, and I don't know the answer to your question.
Okay. Yeah. Because so from a policy standpoint, I just don't think that would be a good idea for any of us to serve on anyone that contracts with us. Let's just put it that way. It's just not a good idea. I know a lot of us serve on nonprofits. A lot of us serve on other areas, but they don't contract with us. They don't directly get a check from us. And then I think I have one more question. Let me look. You know, I had a note. That's it. That's good for now. But I think I mean, I support the 1-year contract. I don't see a sustainable, realistic stopgap measure. I think this is something none of us like, obviously. We do need to find a long-term sustainable solution. I don't know that we're going to find one at less cost. Maybe there's different models, but I think that gives staff time to actually do the research. It's a year. It's not a 10-year contract. I think that's the way we're going to have to proceed with this. None of us are happy, but we're doing what's best for the community. So thank you.
Along those lines, Keith, can you check in what capacity we can? It doesn't have to be board members. It could be, city staff. What kind of representation is allowed in this type of situation? Because again, I believe that we need to have some level of involvement. We've just been giving the money. We're a key player here. We need some type of accountability. So maybe it's not serving on a board. I think it is. I think there's some representation we should have. But if you can maybe find out, what would be best. So there's no conflict of interest and no improprieties, but we still have some level of accountability.
Well, the incompatible offices doctrine that I was referring to earlier refers to people in a leadership position in the organization. So I think it's conceivable that we could have somebody working with that organization in some capacity, and it wouldn't run afoul of that, even assuming that doctrine is meant to apply to private nonprofit entities, which I have not yet had the opportunity to take a look at. So I think there's a lot there. Let me put it this way. I believe that legally speaking, there's a big range of possible options. And as far as which one you want to employ, that gets back to perhaps the policy questions that Councilmember Harrington was raising.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ding or Vice Mayor Lau, did you have any other comments?
Mayor, I just want to answer that question.
Yes.
So any of our San Gabriel City Council members can be the advisory board. That's what I'm thinking about. Then there is no conflict of interest or any of this legal issues. So advisory board will be a perfect position.
I'm just trying to emphasize representation. That's all I'm trying to emphasize. So whatever that looks like, I just think it's important. So thank you, Vice Mayor. Any more comments? I see Councilmember Pooh, but Councilmember Dang, I just wanted to, did you have any other comments? If not,
So contract, if because I think the most that we talking about our budget because of COVID time, we don't know what's going on. Another, I don't know this option too. So maybe is the contract can have just 6 months or have to 1 year? So maybe after 6 months, we can more time, shelter their service center. They can find some maybe help us reduce the costs all based on our revenue. See to really help our community. But I think if we don't have a service, it's really impact our community. That I think so, right? Because it's short of time. So probably maybe 6 months. Probably it's help us to make a long-term decision after 6 months later. Yeah, that's my comments. Yeah. Thank you.
who would like to answer? Is that, I was going to ask that same question too. Thank you, Councilmember Ding. Is there a possibility of having a 6-month contract, or it has to be a year?
From staff standpoint, 6 months would be fine if we had a contract 6 months with a 6-month extension, and we would come back to council sometime in probably late October or early November with some options and a request on how to move forward. But I don't know, I can't speak for Ms. Vigney and what that does to her operations for a year.
The only concern that I would have with that is that we are entering into licensing season right now. We've actually already printed up all the license letters, purchased all the envelopes, purchased the postage. And that is kind of, part and parcel in this whole thing. So that's going to be a very busy time for us. It's a lot of work to go out there and get those licenses. So, is that an investment that I can tell my board we should be making in a 6-month contract? I can certainly take it to my board and see, but that is a lot of work. And because you by contract get all the revenue, and that's when the majority of the revenue comes in, is in the July, August, September timeframe, certainly by October. That's the only consideration that I would have on that front.
So the answer is you're not sure. You would have to ask your board.
We'd have to look at our numbers and try and determine if that would be feasible. Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Ding, did you have any follow-up questions, or does that?
Yeah, maybe like if I know that the city have to go back to their board, their understanding, because the term has changed. Maybe like Mark recommendation that's good too, that maybe we can like it's 6 months and plus another 6-month extension for some certain condition. I don't know if that's work or not. Cindy, did you think
Yeah, I just need to talk to my board about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything, I would say it's possible. I just need to get my board in line with that as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else, Councilmember Ding?
But I don't know. This suggesting it's acceptable because the too much increase. So, is there any way can reduce that for amount? that's I don't know. I had to asking, but I think
I have already reduced it. I have already reduced it. Honestly.
Okay.
That was in the original. Yeah.
Okay, that's the lowest that you can go, right? Okay.
Yeah, I've already reduced it.
Okay, understand. Okay, that's yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's my comments. Yeah. Thank you, the mayor.
Councilmember Pu.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think I'd like to go back to exactly what services we're talking about. So for these animal control calls for service, what does it include? I assume that it's some of them are for strays, some of them are for dead animals in the road or elsewhere. Is that correct? And do you have a sense of what percentage or what we're talking about here?
Yeah, the majority of them are for calls for stray animals, going out for residents that have trapped a skunk and they don't want to let it loose. Our officers will go out and help with that. We do go out on coyote calls to try and educate residents as to hazing and provide educational services that way. We cannot pick up a coyote because it is wildlife unless it is injured. I mean, if it's down, we will, take care of it. So it's a myriad of different calls. We have assisted the fire department getting a trapped cat out of a wall. We have assisted the police department with chicken issues. There's all sorts of types of calls. Some of them are just, code issues as well, simply because that's what your officers have come and asked us to help with. So, yeah, For instance, we had to hold physically 9 roosters for the last almost a year because of Newcastle disease. That cost us a lot of money, but we didn't bill you for that. But we were trapped because with Newcastle disease, we couldn't move these animals out of the area. That was just lifted, and we managed to get those animals out. We're not billing you for wildlife issues. We're not billing you for the turtles and the guinea pigs and the parakeets. We're only billing you for dogs and cats. That's all we bill for. But from the call perspective, it's primarily the strays, some code enforcement issues, and working with the police department when needed or the fire department when needed.
So I want to understand how many calls for service generally are there for sort of like dead animals?
I'd have to go back and look at the statistics. I don't have those off the top of my head.
So I do think that, that's a function, it requires some care. Of course, you don't want communicable diseases to be transmitted to whoever's hand. To be, but it seems like something that could also be trained for public works staff and others who, are able to, if they have the proper equipment and training, then it seems like something that we could do in-house ourselves as well. So I think that, sorry.
I
I think that
would be public safety issues.
Okay.
Vicious animals.
Okay. I think that, I could potentially live with the idea of a 6-month. I personally, I don't think it should take that long to come up with a solution. I think staff has heard our concerns. If, as Councilmember Harrington said, none of us are happy, then there's something wrong with this picture. Wouldn't you agree? That if none of us are actually happy with this contract, then I don't see why we should approve it. I don't see why staff's recommendation would be that we approve it. I don't see why we wouldn't have come up with an alternative solution in the first place. So
I would clarify that I'm not happy with the cost increase. I mean, the contract and the service I'm happy with.
I understand. Yeah, no, I'm not happy with the cost either. But that's the whole point. So yeah, I would say, I don't want to. This comes up in other contexts as well. For example, our dial-a-ride services, and we just keep on extending. The costs keep going up. I'm not sure we're really getting. It's a necessary service, obviously, but it's a question of whether or not we are actually getting the appropriate value, and if it's the most cost-effective way of providing those services. So. So I think I could be convinced to accept Councilmember Ding's proposal of a 6-month contract with the possibility of renewal. I know this is not something that the Humane Society is right now saying that is possible, but I do think that this requires further evaluation on both sides, to be honest with you, and for us to also just look at what other options are out there. Frankly, we haven't seen a costing of what it would be for us to do a portion of these services, such as the licensing. I know we've said we weren't going to increase fees, because when we also talked about the revenue, we're talking about revenue of 41,000 or something like that versus a cost of 350,000. So that's not. Let's not be, under any illusions here. It's still a tremendous cost. And so anyways, I think it's clear though that as is a full year contract for the full $350,000, it's just too much for us to be able to handle at this point in time. I mean, it's a huge cost increase at a time when our budget is shrinking and where we don't have any, the future is very uncertain as to what the revenues are going to be. So it makes no sense, in my opinion, to even make the full year commitment at that cost. If it were a shorter term, just to tie us over to be able to find an alternative solution, then I think that is a more reasonable position for us to take.
I see two council members with their mics on. I can't see John Harrington since his camera isn't on, but I can see Vice Mayor Lau. Did you want to make a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I would like to motion to move ahead with a 6 months contract with the payment of $175,000, okay, for 6 months. And it could be extend another 6 months with the same amount of money, $175,000. So.
Okay,
And I
is
did
there
have
a-
a comment before we go to motions.
Well,
you have a comment?
you know,
Go ahead.
well, let's just have a second. I'll second it, and then we'll continue with the discussion. Go ahead, Councilmember Harrington.
Yeah, the reason I had my mic on is because the 6 month contract, I understand we can do some things in 6 months. But I think we have to be very careful. What if San Gabriel Valley Humane Society's board says no? Where are we then? That's my question to the council. What happens if we say 6 months and they say, sorry, we can't do 6 months? And in the meantime, they find another city to service, and then we have to go to the second price, which is the Pasadena Humane Society, the county, and we go up another $150,000 on top of the $350,000. So we have to consider that. So I'm not for a 6 month contract. Let's do a 1 year. If we need to do an RFP, that gives us time to do an RFP. That gives us time to do whatever we can in-house. I don't think 6 months, that would give them all the leverage. They could just say no. And then what do? We're scrambling for services. They do a lot. And I'd like to say that $10 service fee isn't for collecting up the wild animals. It's for the people that own dogs. That's what you're paying for. We're paying the city a fee for the right of owning a dog. It's not to collect. So the burden doesn't go on the responsible people that license their dogs. The burden is put on the general population. That's what the $350,000 we're paying. It has nothing. Has anything to do with the fees at all. The fees aren't for the wild dogs. The fees that the dog owners pay is licensing their individual dogs for the work that the city has to. It's an offset. And when you lose a dog, you pay for that. You as the homeowner or you as the dog owner, they find your dog with a license. If it gets sheltered for a few days, you pay that. The city doesn't pay that. So let's be clear. The licensing of the dogs is really to track who owns dogs. So it doesn't go on the rest of the city. It's only for the animals that are unclaimed. So I just want to be very clear about that. But I just want to caution us on saying the city dictates 6 months. If we're going to entertain that motion, I'd like to say that if the San Gabriel Humane Society board says no, what's our option? Are we just going to wait and go without services starting July 1st? Because we don't have a meeting until then. And I don't want to have a special meeting just for this and rehash all of this. So I would like the option of a year contract. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So just in case, you the San Gabriel Humane Society decide not to have a contract with San Gabriel, but any animal calls, and as a matter of fact, you can always call LA County Animal Care and Control, and they will show up. However, if they want to bill to the city, I guess that's the way to go. But no, will someone take care of those stray animals and dead animals? So it's not just gonna living out on the streets.
Okay, yeah.
Councilmember Dean.
Yeah, well, okay. So this question just for Cindy. You think that the motion, the Vice Mayor Liao make a motion? You think it's possible for your board member? If it's not possible, maybe we don't need this kind of motion. If you say it's possible, maybe we can think about it. That's one of your comments.
Yeah, I honestly don't know. We have only done annual contracts in the past. And I have been the full proponent of saying we don't want to do more than 1 year simply because I think everybody needs the flexibility to look at that year's analysis and say, this is the way we should go or whatever. I will say that because we are using the numbers of the animals we took in last year,
Mhm.
the board will feel that we've already, documented this and incurred a lot of these costs, and basically fronted the city some of this. And again, I think I mentioned earlier, the last time that we got ourselves into this type of situation was the one and only time I had to go out and I had to get an attorney for the shelter. And I personally paid that attorney to work with us to figure out how to deal with the fractious situation that it became. So can I say what the board will do? I honestly don't know at this point. When that city came back to us and wanted us to continue services, we said no.
Okay, so actually for your person, just direct question. Okay, personally for you, you not support this option?
Personally, I would have to say no. I think
Okay.
we've got a good long-term relationship. I would like to see that continuing. I understand completely about the costs involved here. I would hope that the council can see that for several years, we did not take any price increase at all. None. And the year you were having another budget crisis, we've said, okay, we will not increase your costs that year. I feel we've been dealing with the city in good faith for many, many years. And I would hope that the city could deal with us on the same basis.
May I say something? I actually, I don't appreciate these comments about good faith and so forth and so on. I mean, of course, we're talking with you in good faith. I feel like that, those types of comments are inappropriate, and that we're entrusted with trying to make sure we're getting the best service we can at the most cost efficient price. And your cost has doubled and more than doubled within 5 years. So it's not about good faith or not good faith or whatever. This is just simply about us trying to find the right solution for our city and our community. All right.
I appreciate that.
Can you acknowledge that? Thank you.
I appreciate that. And I think you have done some due diligence by approaching other shelters and getting their responses.
I also wanted just to say a few comments, kind of piggyback on Councilmember Pooh. I mean, some of your responses, I have to tell you, feel very condescending. We are behaving in good faith also. And so what we're asking you is to give us 6 months, because I don't want to tear the relationship, but at the same time, it's clear that this relationship, we can blame both sides. We haven't taken the responsibility. We haven't done the proper oversight. There is still another model that we have not considered or we haven't priced out. So we are trying to make a decision in this vacuum. We have 2 others, but there's that third one. And I hope in good faith, the board will take that into consideration and give us that extra time, because I think it's the right thing to do. Relationships go both ways, and we're just asking you to give us that opportunity. I don't want to leave the Humane Society, especially because you're located in our city. I do not want to do that, but at the same time, I have a responsibility. And it's very difficult for me to just engage in a 1-year contract when there's some, other items. Maybe we can turn this around sooner, but give us that option of having 6 more months. Maybe we can take care of this in 2 months. I don't know right now, but I'm just hoping in good faith, just like you're asking us, you'll consider this. I don't think we've ever done this before. Asking you to for a 6-month contract. I know staff and council will do what necessary. If we have to have a special meeting, we'll have a special meeting, and the council members who can attend will attend. You know, we've had almost a meeting every week. You know, there's a lot of work that needs to be done because the budget is so tight. Every penny is counting right now. So I'm just hoping that you can be supportive and, you know, continue with this partnership and, you know, hopefully give us the opportunity just to give it the proper look that we've never really done before. And so I think that's what we're trying to ask for, Cindy.
Mayor, I have a comment as well.
Okay, Councilmember Harrington?
Yeah, I just want to tell Cindy that doesn't reflect the entire council because I thought that was out of line to question good faith, not from you, from the council. This has been in front of us for a long time. If you include staff, this is not a new issue. Yes, it's part of the budget. They have a July 1st date as well as we do. We're on the same fiscal year. I don't know why anyone would question good faith. Good faith was set out as, hey, we're negotiating good faith. It was more of a reassurance. So I'm ashamed, and I feel that was disrespectful.
John, you're ashamed.
I'm speaking right now, so let's wait. I didn't interrupt you. I listened to what you had to say. This is my opinion. I think this is a one-year contract.
Excuse me, Mayor, there is a motion and a second, so it's about time to vote.
I agree. You want to call for the question, but we do have a council member. We now have 3 council members who want to speak. And so I am going to, if you can please be brief and succinct, we do have a motion on the floor. So Councilmember Harrington, can you just finish up your thought? And I got 2 more that want to speak, and then we will take a vote.
Great. So I just want to make sure we realize that if the board does not approve this, we have a backup plan. So I just want to make sure everyone knows that I'm for a one-year contract. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Ding.
Yeah, okay.
Briefly, please.
Okay, thank you, the mayor. Okay. Actually, I propose that this like 6 months. Actually, it's like hopefully both because of the special time. So for our city can review it, all the council member can review it, and your shelter can review it, your board member can review it. For my point, if the 6 months and option for another 6 months should be like a win-win situation. We I don't want to yeah, maybe we can assume the council member Hamilton say or Cindy say, maybe the board doesn't approve. Yeah, we need a backup plan. That's true. But I hope, Cindy, you can think about it. This like should be both backup one step to help our community. We also keep our long relationship with your shelter. I know your shelter in the San Gabriel when I walk, so I saw your facility too. Okay, so yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Services it's appreciated, but I hope Cindy, you can understand what's my point. I hope this is a win-win situation for both of us.
Thank you, Councilmember Ding. Councilmember Pu, or I'm sorry. I saw your mic on now. Okay. Brief,
Yeah,
please,
I
brief.
simply move to call the question.
Okay. Assistant City Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Ding,
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington,
I'd like to hear the motion again.
the
Okay.
motion was to,
Oh, go ahead,
Go
Mary.
ahead, Mary.
the motion was to move forward with a 6-month contract at $175,000. And I believe it was to also, with the allowance that it would be extended for another 6 months at $175,000.
I believe it was an option to extend.
Option, yeah.
An option, correct.
Yes,
Whose
the
option?
city's option.
Contract? Who's either side or both sides have to agree?
Yes.
That's my question.
Vice
Whose
Mayor
option?
Leal,
That's to Maryland.
Vice Mayor Lau, can you clarify your
Yes,
motion, whether
so,
the option would be the city's option?
Any contract takes 2 parties. So yeah, both parties have to agree.
That's right. Okay.
No, any party does not take two. That's why I clarified that. There are lots of contracts that allow one party to.
Not in this, you know.
You need
That's
two
why I
parties.
clarified.
to
Gabriel
agree to
Human
this contract.
Society has to agree to this contract. And the city of San Gabriel, we offer now for 6 months and an additional 6 months option. And Cindy can take it back to her board member and see if they agree to sign this contract.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to clarify. It's a 6-month city option. I'll vote no.
Okay,
It-
continue.
Councilmember
is.
Pu,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Liao,
Aye.
Mayor Menchaca.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-1
Okay.
with Councilmember Harrington opposing the motion.
Okay. Thank you, Cindy, and Mark will follow up with you. Mark
Okay.
and Arlene. Okay. That's it. Thank you for your time. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thank you.
Next item, please.
Adoption of resolutions approving the operating budget and capital improvement program and establishing the appropriations limit for fiscal year 2020 to 2021. Presentation will be made by Interim Finance Director Ken Louie.
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yes.
May I request a 10-minute recess before we enter? Because I do think that this could be a lengthy agenda item with public comments and so forth. So I'm just requesting a 10-minute recess.
Okay. I also wanted to remind my colleagues that any meetings past 11 o'clock, we must vote on. Just a reminder. So it is 9:02. Let's come back at 9:10, 8 minutes. Clear understanding. We're taking a 8-minute break. We will be back online at 9:10. Thank you. Great. So it's 9:12 and the regular meeting of the City Council is resuming. Next item, City Clerk.
Adoption of resolutions approving the operating budget and capital improvement program and establishing the appropriations limit for fiscal year 2020 to 2021. Presentation will be made by Interim Finance Director Ken Louie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. Just very few brief comments tonight. For the benefit of the public, I wanted to emphasize the thoroughness of the budget process and the long hours of deliberations by the City Council and staff. Over a month ago, on May 12th, we held an overview and discussion of the ideology on basically how the budget was built. Shortly after that, the week of May 26th, we had a week-long series of one-on-ones with the City Council to go to greater detail with regards to any questions the council may have or anything they need an explanation of. On June 2nd, we again discussed the budget at length, and council had some questions and wanted some items to be clarified, a little more research done. Then we came back June 9th, again brought the budget back in its entirety with emphasis on the clarifying items, and we were given solid direction from the City Council. That gets us to tonight, June 16th. With those final tweaks in place, we're seeking formal adoption. Now, we are aware that even with an adoption tonight, that our work is still cut out for us. Due to the effects of COVID-19, this budget will be continually monitored and subject to modifications when measurable. Additionally, this August, we take a more comprehensive look at the immediate and long-term future of the Mission Playhouse. At that time, we surmise that we will have more knowledge about local health and economic conditions to make better, more informed decisions. With that, we thank the council for the long hours invested in this process and respectfully request approval of the 2021 fiscal year budget. And that's my report.
Great. And I just wanted to add that we have spoken about having a monthly placeholder, the second meeting of the month. However, if we see revenues drop or increases in expenses, then we will have it sooner. But we will be having monthly review of the budget, and amendments need to be made. They will be made at that time once the council has the time to really read out the updated information. So let's see, clarifying questions before we go to public comment. Vice Mayor Lau, any clarifying questions?
Not at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Pu,
No clarifying questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Harrington,
Nothing, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Dane.
No, thank you.
Okay, so at this time, and I have none. At this time, the public comment on this item is now closed. Assistant City Clerk, please read any comments received.
Mayor, we've received about 26, 27 public comments, so bear with me as I read them. The first one is from Lee Wang, and it reads as follows. Good evening. My name is Lee Wang. I'm the founder and principal of West California Academy of Art and Design, an art school for children aged 3 through 18 plus, for almost 30 years in the community. I strongly denounce the motion of defunding or disbanding the police department. Our school is located in San Gabriel, and we have more than 300 students coming from neighboring cities like San Marino, Arcadia, Temple City, Rosemead, Alhambra, etc. Our business is after-school program, so students come to our school 5 nights a week. We saw homeless and gangsters in the area, posing potential danger to our students. However, the parents said they feel that this is a safe area because the police department is nearby and they saw police officers patrolling the neighborhood all the time. We, including staff, students, and parents, are all grateful to the police. Our students even expressed their appreciation through a group art project themed Policemen Are Heroes. The 50 students participating in the group art project wrote, "Thank you for protecting us. We wouldn't be as safe as if it weren't for the policemen's hard work and contribution to the community." We all understand the pain and frustration people feel over Floyd's death. However, The movement to defund or disband law enforcement agencies is based on the erroneous and unfair belief that all officers are violent and racist. I believe defunding or disbanding the police department could result in a rise in crime. What I've heard from people in neighborhoods is that they want more police protection, not less. It would be a chilling thought to most people if you live in a community, call 911, and there's going to be nobody to answer that call. For those who support defunding the police movement, please answer the basic question of a police-free future. What would happen when a crime is committed? Does a social worker go to the crime scene? Do strategically reallocated resources solve the crime? The defund the police movement has grown without seriously addressing what scenario. What if, in the middle of the night, your home is broken into? Whom do you call? The argument of defunding or disbanding the police department seems to be that cities should put all citizens in danger rather than fix those areas where there are problems with the police. So let me reiterate my opinion. We need the police to protect us. I strongly denounce the motion of defunding or disbanding the police. Thank you. The next comment is from Gabriel Frank McFeeder, and it reads as follows. I strongly urge the City Council to heed the request laid out in the petition created by the San Gabriel resident Chastity Nunez. These requests are fiscally feasible, substantially benefit the community, and accurately reflect the desires of the large and growing number of activists in the San Gabriel, including but not limited to the hundreds of people who attend the protest on June 6th. These requests are: 1. We ask that you maintain the current allocation of funds to community services at $2,457,977. This includes $1,506,513 in the general funds and $951,464 in the special funds. We request that you eliminate the planned reductions of over $100,000. Given the number 2, given the modifications in the LA DPH health officer order on June 12th, allowing in-person day camps to reopen, we ask that the summer youth programs for 2020 in San Gabriel be reinstated, utilizing the guidelines as recommended by the DPH. Number 3, pursuant to Resolution 20-31, adoption at a special session City Council meeting on June 9, 2020, we ask that the Commission on Racial Equality and Community Engagement be established. This commission would be composed of a racially diverse group of San Gabriel residents who would work with the appointed members of the City Council, SGPD, SGFD, and other city departments to review current policies and practices within the City of San Gabriel and work to eliminate those policies and practices, once identified, that allow racism and discrimination to promote implicit biases in our city. Number 4, we ask that $340,000 of the development impact funding be utilized for a new police department renovation project, be relocated to repairs on the adult recreation center and parks for updates and improvements of the public restroom facilities at the 3 San Gabriel parks. Number 5, if, as the budget is reviewed throughout the fiscal year of 2020-2021, additional cuts are deemed necessary, including cuts to personnel, we expect that all departments, including the police department, will be subject to cuts. 6, a commitment to decrease the police department budget by 5% for the 2021-2022 and allocate the money to establish the Youth Job Corps program. This program may also be eligible for matching federal funds. This program would fall under the Community Services Department. That has ended the 3-minute comment period for this comment. The next one. The next one is from Christine Turat, and it reads as follows. At this time, we will have no one protecting our city if you defund the police department. Property values will plummet drastically. Whose idea was this? I will contact every homeowner in San Gabriel, North and South, to stop this outrageous act. The next comment is from Galvin S. Templar, and it reads as follows. Good people of San Gabriel, please hear me. Defunding our already defunded police department will not only put our valiant peace officers in dangerous situations, but also affect our city's well-being in many ways. We must collectively stand by our dedicated police department and help them do what they do best, and that is maintain peace in our lovely city. So let us not be driven into separation, but into unity that secures the well-being of us all. Thank you. May your decision be guided by wisdom. The next comment is from Charmaine McCarty, and it reads as follows. I am a resident and homeowner in San Gabriel, and how you vote on defunding the police issue affects me directly. I have been wondering why sudden this defunding issue came out of the blue lately here. Well, a few days ago, I got my answer. Last week, George Stephanopoulos of ABC News interviewed Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, New York Congresswoman, regarding this issue. She empathetically stated that this issue should not be dealt with at a city council level. A city council level? Wait, a bulb went on. Where have I heard that recently? So now I get what is really going on in San Gabriel. Let's get real, people. This movement is not about revising police procedures or policies or standards of our own city of San Gabriel. This movement is a sudden national push to grab more dollars for social issues, which socialist Barbie herself is leading. You aren't fooling us, folks. Record number of gun sales here in LA County the past month, and suddenly police needed to be defunded? I think it's more motivated by council members' future political aspirations, or possibly friends of them who think they will get jobs or money out of the change. We are watching your votes, council members. Our safety is at risk here. I want the statement here on the record that if my safety is endangered in the future as a result of your vote, there will be consequences, and I am not alone. The next public comment comes from Lynn Snowden. She's a 30-year resident, and it reads as follows. To whom it may concern, do not defund our police. A social worker is not going to be able to handle a violent domestic abuse case. In fact, a social worker may visit the home of a dispute once, but if called again, will want police protection. The fact that you are even contemplating this idea is outrageous. Stand up for the freedoms our country was founded upon. Without police protection, our freedoms will erode and chaos will ensue. The next comment is from Linda Paramenter, and it reads as follows. Please approve the budget as recommended and do not reallocate funds from our police department. It is already a small force and are well needed to protect reading here. With the protests, more police are needed to assure everyone's safety. We must not act on emotion and groupthink, but on data facts regarding our own police department. We must not paint with a broad stroke the demonization of our police. BLM has its own agenda that doesn't necessarily pertain to our city. The next public comment is from Carla J. Stacey, and it reads as follows. To whom it may concern, this brief letter to stop and to not take drastic measure in defunding our police. The SGPD is an outstanding department whose employees do so much for our community. They are there to help and care for us as citizens to keep us in our town safe. Without our police department, you are putting us all in harm's way. Let's not allow this to unfold. The next comment is from Jean Wu, and it reads as follows. To whom it may concern, as a resident of the city, we value our police department. Please do not defund. We need their support. The next public comment is from Joshua Raimundo, and it reads as follows. Dear City Council members, last week I wrote a letter that highlighted the importance of the BLM movement, similar to many other concerned San Gabriel citizens, about cutting funding from police. Our statements were largely dismissed. I want to make a couple of things clear. We are not saying to defund the police. We recognize the important role that SGPD has in keeping the public safe. However, we also recognize that the police forces often represent a threat to the minority communities, and we cannot stand for this as a minority-majority community that has been built off of the backs of immigrants for various countries. One of Councilman Harrington's main counterpoints was that there wasn't anywhere to cut funding from in SGPD, and referenced salary, health insurance, retirement, and utility costs. However, after looking over the city budget, I proposed the following. The budget shows minimum and maximum salaries that members of SGPD can be paid on a monthly basis. In a data table attached to the email, I calculated the yearly minimum and maximum sums the city can potentially spend on SGPD. In short, the predicted max was about $6,318,504, and the maximum was the minimum was $5,201,088. This is well over $1 million in difference. Given that our actual budget consists of $6.5 million in salaries for over 1920 fiscal year, the difference between the actual budget and the minimum salary payments grow to well over $1.5 million. This also means that we are currently paying the SGPD their maximum salaries, if not more. Thus, I propose that the City Council members cut police salaries to the minimum amount legally required within our city budget and reinvest this money into mental health counseling provided by the city. This idea may seem inherently frivolous until one realizes that mental health counseling is not even mentioned once in our city's budget. Given that mental health counseling has been proven to prevent violence, we are making an egregious mistake and disservice to our community by not funding it adequately. Let me once again reiterate. We are not saying to defund the police. We are simply asking to find a middle ground. Cutting SGPD salaries to scale within the legal boundaries is not feasible. And that is the end of the 3-minute time period for this comment. The next one is an anonymous comment submitted. I am a 30-year resident of San Gabriel. Do not defund the police. If you do defund the police, this will result in a community actively utilizing their Second Amendment rights. The next comment is from Sion Chan, and it reads as follows. To whom it may concern, I am a resident of San Gabriel, and I oppose defunding the police. I appreciate each and every one of our brave policemen. Thanks. The next comment is from D. Barrera, and it reads as follows. Dear City Council members, I have been a resident of San Gabriel for 25 years, and I believe it is my responsibility to speak out against the defunding, redirecting funds from SGPD. We must not act hastily when speaking about defunding, redirecting funds away from PD to create such programs such as Commission on Racial Equality and Community Engagement, youth corp groups, and program improvements for senior centers and parks. Let's be thorough in our research regarding the SGPD. Some have shared that 90% of the calls to the PD have been nonviolent in nature. I say fantastic, let's keep it that way. The way we keep our city safe and nonviolent is with a strong presence of our SGPD. Let's continue to make our PD accessible to the community and to continue our sense of real security. Let's continue to be a unique city with issues specific to San Gabriel and its community. Let's support our SGPD by not asking to defund or redirect funds away from their budget. The next comment is from Brenda, and it reads as follows. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I have lived in the San Gabriel for 20 years and feel safe and protected by our police department. I am opposed to defunding or redirecting funds away from the San Gabriel Police Department. I do believe that other areas need to be increased to help our community and world. Possibly, there are other sources money can be pulled from to do what is necessary. The next comment is from Sue Fitzsimmons, and it reads as follows. I am opposed to defunding of the police department. To defund will punish our officers for a situation they had nothing to do with. As a longtime resident, some people say we do not understand the current situation. Sorry to inform you, but we are very well informed. Just because we don't demonstrate does not mean we are not informed. Fact number one, police were defunded 9% by the city and have to pay for their retirement fund. City workers do not. They are funded by property taxes. Officers have not received but minimum pay raises. This department is the lowest paid in the San Gabriel Valley. Just last week, over 24 cars with multiple people came into our city to create mayhem, to loot, to rob, and burn without adequate police. Who would have defended our city? Not citizen patrols. These people who are asking to defund our police are misguided and have an agenda to compare us with LA or Denver is unfair. I ask anyone who doubts what our officers encounter in a day to come in and do a ride along, then have a conversation. The next comment is from Tracy Ellis, San Gabriel resident for 53 years, and it reads as follows. Dear Mayor Menchaca and San Gabriel City Council, my name is Tracy Ellis, and I am a lifetime resident of the city of San Gabriel. I am voicing my concern tonight in regards to the proposed diversion of funding of our San Gabriel Police Department. I understand that this is a difficult time to see and understand what has been happening in neighboring communities and cities here in California as well as many other states. I understand that all police departments are under scrutiny at this time and need to make changes, but to dismantle and remove funding from our small police department will only be putting your citizens and our communities at risk. We cannot afford to lose our only protection, our police officers. I understand that with this proposal, we are looking at 6 or possibly more officers being cut from our department. We cannot afford to lose any officers. A message to Mayor Menchaca. As a mayor, you are elected as someone that is to speak for and protect our city. You have a fiduciary responsibility to keep us safe and protect the well-being of all citizens. As I recall in your campaign speeches, as well as the flyers and pamphlets mailed to our homes, you promised to support our police department and our city. If anything, I recall you making such statements that you are wanting to provide more safety for our city. And I ask you tonight, how can you and the city of San Gabriel protect our city if we divert the fund of our only protection, our San Gabriel Police Department? The next comment is from Julie Cassiani, and it reads as follows. I respect Black Lives Matter movement and their objectives. However, the issues brought up are fundamentally and much larger than enforcement of law. The lens should be widened and the introspection compelled upon every institution in society as well as government. To put the blame solely on police is neither justified nor fair. The BLM movement is a voice against the prejudgment of a group. I do not profess that the historic injustices brought upon the African American community are of the same caliber. But the question must be asked, why can't that very same argument be applied towards another group? law enforcement. Such blanket logic is flawed. It takes courage to be in law enforcement, and every one of us relies on them to answer the call when we are in fear of threats to our lives, possessions, and sense of security. We are the statistics to compel our cities to defund, or now some are calling it to redirect funds for, our police force. To do this as a statement piece is confounding. The rush to be led in this charge without foundation of data and discourse defies reason. Is it absolutely critical that this be done now? That San Gabriel be one of the first to do so? And at what price? Is our police force so corrupt and devoid of morality that we should be the poster children of the cause first? Have we witnessed such egregious use of force in San Gabriel that this call to action must be executed without haste? I would say not. I'm not arguing that a response to the death of George Floyd is unwarranted, but to enact defunding as a way to take stance and ride the wave of protest does not serve our city's best interests. I urge the City Council to not act in haste. Look at the use of force statistics and please hear everyone out. Does it make sense to take funds from the budget without deliberate thought? Is it not a sound business practice to reallocate without research, analysis, and plans on how to fill voids created by action? Is it not always the loudest voice that should be heard, but rather the most compelling? I ask that you have the courage to take a moment to reflect and then take the next steps based on discourse, reason, and data. The next comment is from Maritza Isla, Harold Jeff, Marilyn Jeff, Melanie Lehawk, James Perea, Linda D. Perea, Alexis Salamanca, President, San Gabriel Chamber of Commerce, and also a San Gabriel business owner, Gloria Sorensen, Larry Sorensen, Sophia Tsoy, Alice Wong, and Thomas Wong. It reads as follows. To Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members, we thank you for taking the time to discuss the city's budget on June 11 City Council meeting. It has come to our attention that a certain group of San Gabriel residents are disagreeing with the council and city staff recommendation of the budget resolution number 20-29, particularly on the allocation of the budget to the police department. Their generalization of individual police misconduct to call of defunding all police forces is equivalent to the generalization of Black law offenders to the negative profiling of Black members of the community. Such hypocrisy serves to divide instead of unify. They vilify police as gun-blazing, baton-waving group of bullies to incite clamor to defund police departments. They turn blind eyes to outreach of the San Gabriel Police Department to the community, namely Community Academy, sponsorship of young students to attend Camp SG, dedicated team to connect with San Gabriel schools, public and private, the Explorer program, Citizen Volunteer program, Citizen Ride-Along program, and Cheat 411. 78% of the police department budget is for personnel. In comparison to our neighboring cities with similar ethnic mix, namely Arcadia and Alhambra, San Gabriel has the least police personnel per capita of residents. The term personnel includes officers and civilian employees. Arcadia's population, 56,000, police, 103, 37% of the budget, 23.5 million. Alhambra population, 87,000, police, 165, 42% of the budget, 29.1 million. San Gabriel population, 41,000, police, 71, 36% of the budget, 15.6 million. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, you are elected to serve the city and its residents. We believe you are well informed by the city staff on revenues and expenditures. henceforth your decision on the budget. The well-being of the San Gabriel and its residents surpass any political correctness or popularity. We, the law-abiding residents of San Gabriel, support our police department and urge you to pass Resolution 20-29, adopting the city's operating budget as recommended by city staff. The next comment is from Robert A. Carreran, and it reads as follows. To City Council, I'm vehemently against defunding our police department. Do not even cut the budget. This is a very important decision that needs more input from the citizens of the community. I cannot imagine me calling members of the council when my home gets broken into. At the present time, we have a relative safe community. We do not have any racial conflicts at this time, but by defunding the PD, you will create one. Do not break it if it's not broken. What would be accomplished? Who would this help? How would this help? Please hold off on making this decision until calmer heads prevail. Thank you. The next comment is from Melanie L., and it reads as follows. Hi there. My name is Melanie, and I have lived in San Gabriel for just over a year. I am asking you to not divert any funds away from the police department. They are a vital part of this community, and I have programs that are beneficial to the community. Thank you for listening to what I have to say on this matter. The next comment is from Gina, and it reads as follows. Hello. Please keep our police well-funded and well-trained. One mishap should not be grounds to defund every police officer and put our communities at risk. We probably need to add to their funding to get some additional training. It is one of the worst ideas in history of the world to punish all officers because of one incident that is not logical. There needs to be a change, but I personally don't feel taking away from funds is the answer unless your goal is to have more crime, which I do not think is the case. If you defund the police, more untrained civilians are going to purchase guns to protect themselves. I am sorry that that incident happened with Floyd. If there were less police force and they were already defunded at the time of the incident, it sounds like Floyd was high on drugs and acting strange in the first place. If no police, this could be a story of another innocent people killed because of no police interaction. Please consider adding funds to the police to train them better. Again, it makes no sense to take funds away. That is not the answer. You can do better. Thank you. The next comment is from Lisa H., a concerned citizen, and it reads as follows. To San Gabriel City Council, I am a resident and a taxpayer that resides in the city of San Gabriel. I am writing to let you know that I am against the defunding of the city police department. They have been doing an excellent job in preventing and lowering crime rates in the city. The police response time for 911 call is under 5 minutes, which I am very grateful when you have an emergency at your home. I have witnessed the positive changes that have occurred under the leadership of Chief Harris. If anything, we need to increase their budget so they can continue to recruit quality candidates for our police department. My question to the council member that supports defunding of the police department. Who is going to respond to my daughter's 911 call saying that someone broke into our house with a gun and they are hiding in the closet? Will it be our professionally trained police officers or volunteer personnel that have no training to handle this type of situation? What if this happens to your family member or loved ones? Can you live with yourself knowing that your vote caused an innocent child or children to be killed because you want to defund the police department's budget? Please keep in mind that we will be watching who vote for and against the police department, and we will make sure for the council members that vote for defunding will make sure you will not be reelected the next term. We want the city of San Gabriel to be a safe city for our children, and defunding the police department will only make the city crime rates go up. The next comment is from Patty Rodriguez, and it reads as follows. Regarding the budget reallocation, as a 25-plus-year resident of San Gabriel, I oppose any cuts to our police department. Find money to cut from other services. Any taxes that have gone towards our police and fire departments are taxes that I support. The next comment is from Elizabeth, and it reads as follows. Since it's clear the Resistance Council member Harrington has towards the push for change to be made within our city's budget, specifically defunding our police, this was seen due to his assumption on the community's lack of knowledge. In terms of the city's budget and funds, it is clear that we need council members that will stand for the community's vocalized wants and demands. Being elected to represent San Gabriel is committing to a promise. You will stand for the desires of the community members to do better, inform the city's citizens, and help continue to be representative of what the San Gabriel City stands for, not your own personal beliefs. The need for people in our council to step up and help provide a voice to the youth in San Gabriel shouldn't be an extra thing the city implements, but should have already had. This needs to be made possible in order to effectively listen to the voices of the community and its youth. San Gabriel City needs this. We need to listen to our youth. The next comment is from Chastity Jennings Nunez and 47 additional individuals. And it reads as follows. This is a portion of the statement that will be provided in full to by email city council members. It has 48 signatures attached. Though we are a small city, we have a huge opportunity to demonstrate through our city budget that we value the well-being of our residents, who are predominantly people of color and immigrants. Over 90% of police calls in San Gabriel involve nonviolent acts. By prioritizing our funding away from armed policing and towards civilian networks of mental health services, welfare, unarmed conflict and de-escalation, and youth support, we will create true public safety with the continued COVID-19 pandemic and revenue challenges every city, including San Gabriel, is grappling with. All areas of the budget, including San Gabriel Police Department, need to be subject to reevaluation. Concerning the 2021 budget, we ask that the following reasonable actions be taken by the City Council on June 16th. Number one, we ask that you maintain the current allocation of funds to community services at $2,457,977. This includes $1,506,513 in general funds and $951,464 in special funds. We request that you eliminate the planned reductions of over $100,000. Number two, given the modifications of LA DPH Health Officer Order on June 12 allowing in-person day camps to reopen, we ask that summer youth programs for 2020 in the San Gabriel be reinstated, utilizing the guidelines as recommended by the DPH. Number three, pursuant to the resolution number 20-31 adopted at the special session City Council meeting on June 9, 2020, we ask that a commission on racial equality and community engagement be established. This commission would be composed of racially diverse group of San Gabriel residents who would work with appointed members of the City Council, SGPD, SGFD, and other city departments to review current policies and practices within the City of San Gabriel and work to eliminate those policies and practices, if identified, that allow racism and discrimination to promote implicit bias in our city. Number four, we ask that $40,000 of development impact funding be utilized for a new police department renovation project be reallocated to repairs on the adult recreation center and parks for updates and improvements of public restroom facilities at 3 San Gabriel parks. If, as the budget reviewed throughout the fiscal year of 2021, additional cuts are deemed necessary, including cuts to personnel, we expect that all departments, including the police department, will be subject to cuts. That is the end of the 3-minute period for this comment. The next comment is from Sean McMorris, and it reads as follows. Honorable Mayor and City Council, in the context of who should be on the subcommittee, I feel compelled to bring up some of Councilmember Harrington's comments about resolution number 20-31 at the last council meeting, which I strongly believe were counterproductive, insensitive, and not rising to the occasion. Councilman Harrington's statement about striking while the political iron is hot as it pertains to the resolution, as well as the resolution of being full of buzzwords and simply a political placation of residents, suggests to me that he views this serious issue as an ideological and political matter that is open to obstruction and grandstanding to a base that feels threatened and exposed by this conversation. Councilman Harrington's condescending statement about the Minneapolis mayor and subsequent insinuation that mob rule has backed the city council into a corner only work to delegitimize this pure movement for positive change. Councilman Harrington's insistence that the city council as a body cannot sign into resolutions that make statements about race and racism within the purview broader than the borders of the San Gabriel is both incorrect and tone deaf. It is, in my opinion, an attempt to water down and diminish the resolution's purpose and efficacy. Furthermore, Councilman Harrington's critiques of the language within the resolution are at once baffling and worrisome. His want to differentiate between the race and racism in San Gabriel and on a national level is tribalistic and divisive. It is a delusional narrative that promotes San Gabriel as a city on a hill immune to regression and fault. Councilman Harrington's critique about the word privilege and what it means within a resolution about racism, profiling, and excessive police force is quite simply beyond the pale. It was an ineffective attempt to officiate and dodge the hard conversations about race and inequality in our city and society at large. Councilman Harrington wants to remove the word race, ethnicity, ancestry, national origin, and protected status from the resolution is a blatant attempt to diminish the issue of racism and inequality in society. And that is the end of that public comment portion. The next one reads as follows, and it's from Mark Zucker. I am strongly against defunding the police department. Thank you. Have we received any other ones? No? Mayor, that is all the comments we have for this item at this time.
Okay, thank you so much, Marilyn. Appreciate that. So, this is the time for council deliberation and discussion. Let's see, any volunteers to begin the conversation? Council Member Pu, would you like to begin?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. I guess, the first order of business is to address all the public comments that we've received. I guess I want to say that I think that it's clear from the public comments that there's a great need for all of us to listen to all stakeholders involved, all the residents. You know, some of the business community has spoken here, and you know, we haven't had an opportunity to really do that kind of outreach and really have those conversations with the business community, the staff, including actually including the chief and members of the police department. I do want to say like that, you know, all of the individuals, all the people that I know in our police department are really good people. And I have said on the record at the last meeting that I give the chief all the credit for instituting a lot of reforms within the department that have been to the benefit of the community, that have increased community engagement. And as I've mentioned to several people, some of the social services that we do provide are actually done because the chief has implemented those changes, and we provide those services, or we address those issues, let's say, through our police department. Now, that kind of oftentimes requires us cobbling together resources from the county, if it's a mental health professional from DMH, or if it's a homeless individual who's determined to be a threat either to him or herself or to others, then they get referred to some of the services that the county has. But I think it's still a good question as to whether or not we shouldn't be doing more, or what can we do differently. So this is not about, it's about, I think this is not about law and order. I don't think anybody on the City of San Gabriel team would disagree with law and order. And of course, we don't want increased crime. It's not about any of the particular individuals that are part of our SGPD. And it's not about Chief Harris either. He's done a really great job, I think, in a lot of areas to actually bring us around and root out some of the kinds of issues that the Black Lives Matter movement is actually raising. So, but I also want to make the point too that this is not just limited to the SGPD either, right? I mean, I think that it's a call to examine all of our services and our culture. Since I've been on the council, we have never had significant social services department or individuals on staff. It just wasn't part of the organization. And if you look at the organizational chart now, it still doesn't exist. So so those are some, those are questions, and we will need to engage in this process going forward. Again, I think of listening to all stakeholders. It's not a question of law and order, just as the ICE MOU issue was not a question of law and order. It's a question of what is the right thing to do for our community. And we have different perspectives. I think every individual brings different experiences, different ideas, different ideals, different experiences, I said, and perspectives to these issues. And I think we need to be able to take all those in this kind of ongoing process to determine whether or not there are certain specific programmatic changes that can be made to better serve the community. And that, at the end of the day, for me, is what is at issue here. It's not, just a knee-jerk reaction to a moniker of defund the police, and it's not just a call of law and order. It's about whether or not we can do things differently or to better serve the community. And again, we're going to need to have these conversations going forward with all stakeholders, various different perspectives within the community, among residents. That's, obviously that's not monolithic. Perspectives within the business community, that's not monolithic. Perspectives among the staff and perspectives among this council are not monolithic either. So if we have a situation where there's many people in various different boats, by the end of this, I would hope that we would be able to get everybody in the same boat, moving in the same direction, with a common sense of what's right for our community, what can we practically do, what can we afford to do, what are some of the, and to be honest, we haven't even really begun these conversations. So, and I've been on record before too as saying, like, I don't think anybody is in favor that I've spoken to of abolishing our SGPD. So that is a straw man that I don't think is doesn't really require much discussion. There's no real question about that. Again, I'd say, all of the individuals that I know within the San Gabriel Police Department are good people who do a good job. And I think that the addition of our chief a few years ago has had a lot of benefits, and it's not been easy. I guess was said on the record last week that cultural change within the city of San Gabriel, it hasn't always been easy, but it has definitely been necessary. And so in some ways, this is just a continuation of that process. So in any case, with the small amendment, or I don't even know if it's an amendment, but it's a perhaps a placeholder with respect to the $350,000 that was previously authorized for the San Gabriel Valley Humane Society contract, which currently I think we don't even know what the result is at this moment, since we're waiting for their board to decide whether a 6-month contract would be acceptable. So I would just make that small amendment to the budget, in addition to the other changes that we made last week during council meeting. This could overall reduce spending by, I think it's a total of $210,000 for the coming fiscal year. We don't even know whether or not we will. I mean, we may need just those $210,000 just to pay regular operating expenses if revenues don't come in the way that we're hoping. I think as in this budget, and we know that it will be a living document. Will require ongoing monitoring of the revenue situation as well as the expenditures, and so with that, we don't, I think a lot of time and effort has been put into this budget. I'll support it with the amendments that we've made last week and earlier this evening, and commit to having these ongoing conversations with all stakeholders involved. So those are my comments. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Just clarification, Mark,
Yes.
this budget already includes those reductions from last week. Is that correct?
That's correct. So all of those are included, and if you would adopt the proposed resolutions, then it will adopt what you all commented on last week. Just one quick comment to something that Council Member Pooh just said, and with the amendment of the $175,000, we will make that change to the budget item specifically for the contract for the San Gabriel Valley Humane Society, but we will still need a budget for the remaining 6 months of the year, whether it's some other model or whether it's some other provider. So I would suggest that we don't amend the overall budget, but we put that $175,000 into the non-departmental section, and we'll keep that as a placeholder. And as Councilman Pooh said, if we save money, we still may have other costs elsewhere that would help defray the cost of.
Right. I think that, in my comments on the previous item, that holding that money sort of in suspense, I think would be a good idea. Therefore, and if we're able to come up with a solution within the 6-month period that will, be cheaper and save us money, then we can decide what we need, what where those funds would be best allocated, again, during the ongoing budget process over the next fiscal year. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Councilmember Harrington?
Thank you, Mayor. I did listen carefully to the public comment, and I would like to once again clarify what I heard, because I started out last week by saying I hope the council and the public listens and actually hears what I say, and not just kind of hears what they want to hear. And I think there's a bit of that going on, and I actually did go back and listen to the entire meeting again. And so I want to be very clear, because one of my main points was words do matter. We need to be clear and precise. I just wanted to make a statement about some of the comments made regarding this in public comment, as well as the petition that was submitted and the ad hominem attacks on me. Since the statements quoted and the ad hominem attacks are materially, factually, and demonstrably false, I want to make that very clear. Anyone that listens after what I'm saying here, go back and listen to it, okay? Because I stated my stated desire was that the council and the residents hear what I say, not what they want to hear. It's clear that did not happen. Putting quotes around certain words in the petition does not mean they accurately reflect what I said, or even a straightforward meaning of what I said. So I urge those that haven't listened to that last meeting themselves, don't rely upon what others say, and actually go listen to it. And there's, in meeting on audio, it's difficult sometimes to hear what words are said, but I'm willing to speak to people as well. Anybody that knows me knows that none of my comments were in any way racist or anything even approaching that. Nowhere in my statement did I say institutional racism does not exist. Let me be very clear. I did not say those words. Whoever told you that, I said that, wants you to hear that. They need to believe that. They need some sort of opposition. My message was clear for those that were listening and without an agenda. What I said was that institutions are not racist. The people, the rules, and the enforcement of those can be, because and that was made in a broader statement, a broader context. Institutions are inanimate things. They're not a living being. They don't have a brain for themselves. There's people that work in them. There's rules that they propagate, and there's enforcement of those rules. And I stated we need to identify the racist people, the racist rules, the racist laws, unequal enforcement, and root them out. That's 180 degrees away from what that petition says. I cannot make myself more clear than that. Identify them and root them out. I will not accept a general indictment on all institutions and all systems in the United States. That's neither responsible nor is it realistic. And so I want to be very clear. Racism is abhorrent. In no way would I ever support it. I don't know how you're going to spin that and say that's a racist statement, but someone sure as heck is going to try. The omitted remainder of what I said is of great importance. And that's where I may not have said it in a long enough explanation, but I did say the unequal enforcement is racist. Some of the people are racist. So my entire point of that is to contextualize what I was saying. Hopefully people are listening now and they hear me. I never said I've never met a racist in government. Once again, I would implore the residents to listen to the audio. I was speaking specifically about San Gabriel. And I think Councilmember Pooh said the same thing. We have very fine police officers working for us. We have very fine people working for us. I said in San Gabriel, I haven't met them. Now, I've heard off-colored comments that people have made and things I may not have agreed with, but that's a whole lot of different than a systematic institutional racism. What I did say is I haven't met a whole bunch of racists in government in my career, because I do have other career that involve government. I've been doing government, contracting my whole life. I also explained I have zero tolerance. That's zero, none, no, zero tolerance for racists or racism. Once again, that's 180 degrees opposite what the petition drafters would like you to believe. They need someone to be that bad guy. They need a boogeyman. And I stated that this is not a difficult or uncomfortable conversation. It's quite easy. If you're for racism, you probably have a problem. I don't think it's that difficult to be against racism. All rational and reasonable people are, and they want to eliminate it from our institutions. And like I said, from the root, laws, unequal enforcement of laws, rules, and racist people. Lastly, as the father of mixed race children, some people don't know that. I have mixed race children. My wife is not white, no matter what people want to say. I have no trouble contextualizing and conceptualizing the true extent of racism people see in their daily lives. Once again, we need to begin to listen to each other without preconceived notions or try to demonize people or that we disagree with on policy and call them others or enemies. We can have an honest conversation once people start to do that. So as to the actual budget items, this is a law and order issue when people start to talk about defunding the police, no matter what anyone wants to tell you. That is step one in the process. When people say they want to defund or divert money from the police in our budget, when you look at it, that's necessarily cutting police officers. That's the only way to do it. Over 80% of our budget is personnel. Now, if you're saying you don't want to give the personnel the tools that are required, that's a whole nother argument. If you don't want to insure them, I think we have a legal obligation to provide insurance. So when you start going through all that, it's necessarily the only way to get actual meat off the bone cuts are cutting officers in the field. So let's get that straight. If you support diversion or defunding, you want less officers in the field, sworn officers, or possibly records keepers or whoever else that makes the police force function. And just like ICE, and Councilmember Pooh brought this up, it is a law and order issue. We no longer have access to the Department of Justice database. I bet you that comes in handy when we're trying to identify people coming into our community. I bet you our police would actually tell you to a person they support that. It's because it's a database. That's the major thing we get from that MOU. So if you're for defunding the police or not cooperating with other agencies, that's fine. But we need to say that. If that is our position, we can't couch that position. So I would ask our council to make a statement to the people. Are you for defunding and diverting people, which means putting less cops on the street? I will say I'm not for either one of those. I would love to have more cops. The more cops you have, the easier their job is and the less likelihood of mistakes. And I do agree that all our police are good. They do. I've met a lot of them. I don't know every one of them, but I've met a lot. And to a person, I've had good conversations. I've had material discussions about the efforts that our police force has made in being the best it can be with tight budgets. So what I said last week has obviously not been heard, but I hope it's being heard tonight. I really think this is a law and order issue, no matter what anyone wants to tell you. And as to the San Gabriel Valley Humane Society, in this budget, we need to keep the budget there. And like they said, like Cindy said, they bill us in arrears. So these numbers are based on last year's intakes. And it's good faith on our part that we pay them for the numbers that they took in last year. I would not support defunding the Humane Society. We need to leave it budgeted. We can't have animals running in the street. If we're going to go a route that even comes close to that, and because we don't have an agreement right now and it expires soon, I would ask the staff to have a backup plan in place so that we can agendize it. If just in case we don't get to an agreement with the San Gabriel Humane Society, maybe we can ask the county if they'll do a 6-month proposal. I doubt it's going to be 175, but I would ask that we do that. That's something that is responsible to the public. And as far as the rest of the budget, I mean, I agree that this is a planning document. We are going to review it quite frequently because of the circumstances we're in. But this is also a policy statement. So we are making a policy that, yes, we are fully funding the police. And yes, we do have a duty. So while I agree it is a planning document, it is not something we just change willy-nilly. It's something that takes a vote of the council. And it's something that when we plan on this, the executives use those budgets to plan their long-term or the year plan. So we can't, midstream just decide, hey, let's change because a council decides to do something. We need input from executive team. So I will agree that yes, this is a planning document, not set in stone, but it's probably set in wet concrete. It's pretty solid. And we can change a few things around the periphery, but we aren't going to make fundamental changes to the document unless there's a financial requirement that dictates it. So yes, I will support the budget. I would not support any defunding effort, any diversion effort. I would love to see social services if we can afford it. As far as a priority, we do as much social services as we can afford right now. And I wouldn't take public safety out of it. If we can find the money, I would love to do a social services program. I think it's needed and much overdue. But that would be my position on this budget. I would approve it, but not with any amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Lau.
Thank you, Mayor. So, well, I don't want to bring up this old tragedy memory of mine, and I just want to focus in the future. We want solidarity. We want unity in our community. We want to move forward, but we have to admit what we have done wrong so we can improve ourselves. So when you mentioned about institution injustice, institution races, it all happened in St. Gabriel. But can we improve? Yes. And we can move forward, okay? Well, today we look at our budget, but of course, people want to look at the police department, especially. But I have good comments about our police department, especially our Chief Harris. When he came on the board, he decided to reach out to all the communities and divide it into 5 districts. That is a great work. And especially when he opened up the satellite office in the South Side. Okay, let me tell you, 7 years ago, when I started walking on the street in the South Side, they said, oh, wow, we didn't even know there's an election in the city for 30, 40 years. So nobody ever approached the people in the South Side, period. But I admire Chief Harris that has a vision that wants to reach out to the South Side of the city. And so, like I said, I really like our police department, like our police officers. The only concern I have, I think in the past, which is pay a little incentive. I guess it's very minimal, $500 a month for bilingual officers. And we should keep that, because it's very small cost, but these officers, they can relate to the community people with their language, with their culture, and so there's no misunderstanding. And that's probably the most efficient way to, communicate with our Asian community, which is the majority of the city of St. Gabriel. But oftentimes we're kind of neglecting, because the poor communication, they don't understand English, and we don't know their language, we don't know their culture. So that's, something that we can do better, and it doesn't take much. So, in the past we had a few, I don't think many, well, I would say 4 or 5 police officers, and I hope they still stay. They can be bilingual, and they can do a pretty good job reaching out to our community. But one thing I want to take a look at is the budget of our police, especially salary And I think if the number of the employees.
Vice Mayor, we're having difficulty hearing you. You have to look straight
Oh,
into the
okay.
mic. Yeah,
You
go
cannot
ahead.
hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Can you repeat
Okay.
the last
Yeah.
few words?
Sure. So I was looking at the, 5 years of this expenses, and looks like the salary is 2.89 million increase, which is 22% compare all these years. So if it's divided by 5 years or 6 years or so, I just look at it, maybe 5% increase every year. Maybe that's fair. I would say that's okay. But I have to be honest, there's lawsuits. So lawsuits, the city have to pay, but we don't show in a police department expenses, operation, that kind of stuff. So maybe someone can tell me where the lawsuit expenses will go into.
Councilmember Liao, this is Keith Lemieux. For ongoing litigation, that information is confidential.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about the ongoing, lawsuits. I'm talking about the lawsuits that we already settle and we pay. Where do we put those funding?
Vice Mayor Liao, it's Mark Lazaretto. I'll answer that question very generally so that I won't talk about a specific lawsuit. We have not settled one of our major lawsuits with the police department. But you will see those costs in two areas. One, you'd see it in the city attorney budget, and not just our city attorney, but a lot of that goes to outside counsel. And the bigger portion of it you'll see in our liability costs through insurance. So you don't see it as an actual cost for that item, but it gets put in our rates that we get handed by the JPIA. So those are the two areas where that would show up.
Okay, all right, that is my question. Last question is the vehicle maintenance. So we allocate 527,000. That's almost double since 2017. So from 285,000 to 527. And as I understand, most of our vehicles being replaced almost every 2 years. We have new cars. So where this 500 almost have more than $500,000 for vehicle maintenance? Anyone knows?
And do you have a specific answer to that question?
Did I hear a councilman say fire? I understand he's talking about vehicle and the allocation. Did he say fire?
No, it's page 4 for police department.
Police.
The item number is 33-000.
Right, it went up to
And
500.
right, and the amount is 27,000.
Okay, let me check on that. I believe, well, let me check on that.
Yeah, because I
was going to say that.
Okay, well, maybe.
I was going to say,
sorry. What do you say? You can get back to me? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I guess that's all my questions, because I want to, move ahead with this budget, because we look at it and we want to keep coming back every month and see if we can adjust it. And, if the revenue not as good as we expect, we might have to cut 10% all over, and we did that 2017. And let me tell you, it wasn't hard at all. And within 3 days, every single department heads came up with the budget and said, oh, well, we can deal with 10% cut. But hopefully we don't have to do that. But thank you, Mayor.
Okay, just for clarification, Vice Mayor, so you would approve the recommended budget?
Yeah, yeah, but I think Ken has to give me that answer. It just bothers me because we have new vehicles every 2 years. Why we have to spend $500,000 to repair the cars? Because we can buy new cars.
Well, he may not be able to give you the answer. Or can you give him the answer now, or?
No, I know that in the upcoming year, we're looking at doing like a group leasing, both with fire and police vehicles, but I need to confirm that with Julia. That's what the number she put in there.
Okay.
So I don't have that information yet, but I could possibly do that.
Can I offer up a suggestion? I'm sorry, from the budget perspective, our administrative services captain illustrated that amount is a little bit over 200,000 for police vehicles, and the balance is for the combination of all the vehicles serviced by Public Works. So I think that 500,000 number, it covers all of the vehicles, including the police vehicles.
We'll get back to council with a very thorough answer to that question.
Yeah, I'd like to add one more thing. This is Greg, the Public Works Director. The police fleet in general is a lot older than 2 years. We may buy 1 to 3 vehicles every year or so that's budgeted, but they have a lot of vehicles and they have a lot of patrol units that are as old as 10 years old. And in purchasing fewer new vehicles with this budget reality we're in, the fleet is aging, and we do predict maintenance costs will go up. They're not all driving 2-year-old cars or newer. The average is quite a lot older than that.
Is that satisfactory, Vice Mayor?
Okay, sure. If it's including Public Works vehicles.
That part I'm not sure about.
Well, Ken, you'll get back to the full council once you have an opportunity to talk to Julia.
Absolutely. First thing in the morning, we'll know this.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Ken.
Okay. Councilmember Ding.
Yeah, yeah. As a new elected city council, it's actually these 2 months I learning a lot from our committee, especially these couple weeks. We have a lot of comments coming. So yeah, I really glad to hear about a lot of comments because our residents really care our community. I think everybody I should from their viewpoint, they just want our community is more better, not more better, right? So no matter which one they make a comments, just from their viewpoint, I really try for myself, learning a lot from all the opinion, all their comments, all the suggestions they made. Okay, yeah. So I appreciate the resident or business person. It's make a lot of comments for us. I encourage you have the more the resident can involve the organization to running, so we can have the more a community can understanding each other. Why I point that? Okay, because I think 3 years ago, I really appreciate our PD department have the citizen academic, I think the chief was that time it's have hold this kind of seminar. I have chance to attend it this kind of seminar. 3 years ago, I already learning from we have a good police department. Okay, they do the a lot of the wellness to training our police man or woman. Okay, give me it's a really good impression. So even recently we a lot of the we have something happen, but I think for me it's San Gabriel PD. It's already do that kind of awareness and the training. It's 3 years ago. They did good job, and I give to them the credit on that. But also because everything we not just keep step right now, we need like a more improvement. Okay, hopefully the more like community reach out and with our resident. And Vice Mayor Liao say we need like a more bilingual, okay, because our diversity, our city, right? Okay, we have the different kind of the language. So encourage the community member, the resident can talk to our PD department work. They can communicate each other, can understand what's our police department do it. So if more understanding, so more communicate each other, so it's will be prevent at anything happen like discrimination or reason, right? So this is a long-term job, not just 1 day or 2 days. So we have to so I'm glad our San Gabriel City have this kind of our department, the police department have do that like a couple years ago. So keep going to do that to help our community. Yeah, that's the for the public comments. I really appreciate all the residents the viewpoint. And for the budget, yes, yeah, but because the COVID time, so it's really hard to predict what's the revenue, what's the expenditure. So we hope it's more revenue and less expenditure, right? That's the idea word, but reality maybe not, right? So, but we need for our council member have to watch out. So I think I already talked to the Mark about that. If it's for the next every month, okay, I wish not just a regular statement, okay, a financial statement, but also have the statement so for this month, based on our budget, how much revenue, how much the expenditure, that's assume, and then give it to provide the accurate how much the revenue, how much the expenditure. So that's really help us, our council member can, I think at least for me, I can more understanding, so we can do the more adjustment. Okay, if revenue is good, so maybe we can have the right now. I think resident community they want to spend more fund for our community service. Yeah, so I agree. So but based on our revenue, right? So if every month we can do it, and so it's help us, maybe we can do some adjustment. That's my comments. And for the current one, after discuss after one-on-one, the financial department, the Ken and the market, it is for myself. I learning a lot. So I appreciate it, because tough time they can staff still can do the good job as for themselves. So for today, I think for my opinion, it's I will support this budget. Okay.
Great. Okay.
Thank you,
Councilmember Ding. So for my part, I will just say that for the public's benefit, we've been getting letters all week from all types of folks, all San Gabriel residents, I believe. But so far, I really have been inspired from the young adults that are so engaged, and it's inspiring. And so I hope they continue to be at the table. They are our stakeholders. They may not have a business, they may not own a home, but they are our residents. I want to just encourage them to continue voicing their concerns, voicing their opinions, because they are the future. So I think if we're going to get to the table, everything's on the table. Regarding our police department, again, I believe we have a very strong department. The chief gets credit. I mean, for those who've been active and listening to our council meetings since the day he started, he's made significant changes. But he will always be the first to say, we can always do better. And I always remember that. And he's always thinking outside the box. He is listening, whether it's at the 411, whether it's at the academy, the police academy. He speaks at different events, but not only him, but the whole department. The department have adopted schools. They have opened up a satellite office for an area that has felt so isolated, so ignored. And Vice Mayor mentioned that earlier. So we've made some strides, but we can always do better. And we can always learn and explore. And, there's just so many possibilities. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands I think we're all trying to get to the same place. It's just to make us a better community. I just want to commend, again, our police department and our chief in particular. I think all of us as council have had different interactions with our police department. I think for myself, it's always been very positive, but things change. So, I believe this petition that I believe they said 48 people signed. I think it's a good start. It's great questions, and I think they need to be addressed, but not tonight. This is the type of information, scope of information that our resolution has kind of outlined. Let's start addressing these questions, and it's a matter of just understanding the facts. The budget is an ongoing process. You can call it a planning document, you can call it a working document, whatever the case may be. But before we make any changes, we need the facts. I have heard so many different percentages. My head's spinning now. But if we do make changes to our budget, and that's why we're having monthly meetings for those amendments, it will be based on facts. It would be based on actual dollars, and the council, as well as the community, will have an understanding, because anytime you make a cut, there are consequences, sometimes unintentional consequences. But we will be thoughtful. We will go through it in an appropriate way. So with that, I'm going to make the motion to adopt the resolutions as outlined in the staff recommendation. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. There's no other comment. Please take the vote, Assistant City Clerk Bonus.
Councilmember Dean,
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Pu,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Liao,
Aye.
Mayor Menchaca.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
just a quick point of order. I know we've got one more item on our agenda, and I just wanted to point out that we're fast approaching our self-appointed witching hour of 11. You're probably aware of that. So just want to make everybody aware of that when we get to this item. If we have to go past 11, we can do that, but then we have to make a finding that it's necessary to take action on this item now.
Would it be appropriate just to take the action now, and making the assumption we'll probably go past it? Because I would hate to interrupt anyone's frame of mind or thought process. Can we just take a vote now?
If you'd like.
Okay. Could I have a motion to?
I'd like some discussion before we vote.
Okay, why don't you have your discuss, go ahead, Councilmember Harrington.
Yeah, this is the third meeting in a row we've had a late addition to the agenda. I just wanted to make sure this doesn't become a habit. These are not necessary actions we're taking, and by necessary I mean vital. If they are, they should have been on the agenda in the first place. The council and the public deserve proper notice and time to review and prepare for meetings. That's a fundamental component of the Brown Act. While we may technically comply with the letter of the law, we're not complying with the spirit. And into the memo itself, it indicates that it's an advantage to have two council members form a subcommittee and act as liaisons to the community and engage stakeholders. Sounds good. However, this is limiting the engagement to two council members. I don't see that as advantageous. San Gabriel has 5 elected council members. We are all liaisons to the community. This is not a project. This is not something like that.
Councilmember Harrington, we're not even on the item yet. The question was, are we going to vote to go past it? We still need to do the presentations. We haven't even done the presentations. We haven't done public comment. So you're kind of moving into another area. The question is—
I thought you said you're voting on the item.
No, I'm voting. I was asking if someone would like to make a motion so we can go past the 11 o'clock.
So moved.
Okay. And there's a second. City Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Dean,
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington,
No.
Councilmember Pu,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Liao,
Aye.
Mayor Menchaca.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-1.
Next item, please.
Request to appoint 2 city council members to a subcommittee to serve as a liaison between the city council and the community for the community discussion described in resolution number 20-31. Presentation will be made by Mayor Menchaca.
Thank you. Okay, with the resolution that was approved last week, the next step is the formation of a council subcommittee. We're moving forward by developing the framework for constructive engagement with the community, staff, and council. Council deliberately chose to evaluate ourselves rather than be told to with the passing of the resolution. We're being proactive by not perpetuating the status quo. Council is taking leadership by collaborating with staff and stakeholders in evaluating policies and practices that may or may not be leading to racism and social injustices. With regards to our police department, again, I want to personally commend our police department and especially Chief Harris for the tremendous progress made in providing stellar service to our community. There's been so much that's been done since he began 5 years ago. Is there room for further changes? Absolutely. That's what happens when defining moments take place like the murder of George Floyd. Every organization is being pushed to self-reflect and take action now. In my opinion, we need to move away from distracting messaging, such as defund the police, and focus on constructive conversations, such as opportunities to revitalize, restructure, or reimagine. That's what these efforts should be focused on. I want to make it clear that every council member will be involved with community and staff outreach. The committee will serve as the liaisons to the full council and be the leads in the framework. So with that, I will now announce that the time for public comment on this item is now closed. Assistant City Clerk, please read any comments received.
Mayor, I've received a total of 17 public comments as of now. And
I'm
the first
sorry.
one is from—
How many? I'm sorry. How many did you say?
I've received a total of 17.
17. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. You're welcome. The first comment is from Gabriel Maxeter, and it reads as follows. I strongly urge the City Council to appoint Mayor Menchaca and Council Member Jason Pu to the subcommittee set forth in this item. Both Mayor Menchaca and Councilmember Pu have demonstrated an openness and understanding of responsibilities of the subcommittee through their attendance of the June 6th protest and their continued calls and coordination with several activists in the city. It is paramount that individuals informed and open-minded on this issue of police reform, funding, and institutional racism be appointed to the subcommittee, and Mayor Menchaca and Councilmember Pu have demonstrated these qualities. I especially request that Councilmember Harrington not be appointed to the subcommittee, as his comments on June 9th special meeting conveyed an ignorance and denialism on the subject of institutional racism and conveyed a closed-minded attitude regarding the various public comments regarding police reform and defunding by his constituents. Appointing Councilmember Harrington to the subcommittee would be a detriment of the subcommittee, and I strongly urge that Mayor Menchaca and Councilmember Pu be appointed to this subcommittee, as they have best demonstrated the qualifications for that role. The next comment is from Monica Bufford, and it reads as follows. Dear San Gabriel City Council, as concerned members of the San Gabriel Committee, we are writing to support the appointment of a subcommittee to the follow-up on the goals outlined in last week's June 9, 2020 special City Council meeting. We are also in support of establishing a commission on racial equality and community engagement. We have raised 3 young adults in this beautiful city who have chosen to remain residents of San Gabriel. Our family has vested interest in seeing our community become more unified and to have a strong outreach towards youth programs, mental health, and community-driven safety programs. We support racial and gender equality and look to our city leadership to listen to their community and move towards positive change. Thank you for your attention. The next comment is from Catherine Cordero, and it reads as follows. A resident of the city of San Gabriel, I know our government officials and residents must request reform in our laws and policies in order to have a more just society. Therefore, I am requesting that 2 city council members are appointed to subcommittee to serve as a liaison between the city council and the community for the community discussion described in resolution number 20-31. The next comment is from an active registered voter, Devin Cordero, and it reads as follows. To whom it may concern. As a concerned citizen of the city of San Gabriel, I am requesting that 2 city council members are appointed to a subcommittee for the community discussion described in resolution number 20-31. The next comment is from Chris Cordero, and it reads as follows. To whom this may concern. As a concerned citizen of the city of San Gabriel, I would like to request that 2 council members are appointed to the subcommittee for the community discussion described in resolution number 20-31, registered voter and resident of San Gabriel. The next comment is from Joel Cordero, a registered voter, and it reads as follows. As a concerned citizen of San Gabriel, I request that we provide council members are appointed to a subcommittee for the community discussion describing in resolution 20-31. Thank you. The next comment is from Alejandra Benavides, and it reads as follows. Hello, my name is Alejandra Benavides, resident of San Gabriel. I am stating an opinion regarding who should not act as a liaison between City Council and the community. I believe Councilman Harrington's view in this important matter is too narrow and definitely misguided. In past opinions are any proof, and his position on ICE, the fact that he doesn't believe racism exists in government, and something as simple as his denial of climate change give pause to his judgment. Therefore, I urge he not be selected. I believe item 6C is of great importance to our city. Therefore, I am of the opinion that any of the other council persons would be better equipped to act as a liaison between the city council and the community. The next comment is from Cheryl Cabot, and it reads as follows. To Mayor Menchaca, Vice Mayor Chenho Liao, and council members, for Agenda C6C, the information of the subcommittee for Resolution 20-31. Now that the city has passed a formidable resolution addressing the issues of racism and police brutality, it is time to elect a subcommittee to continue this forward motion. The subcommittee will serve as a liaison between the residents of the city and the city council to explain what the resolution means and how it will affect not only the community as a whole, but individuals. The resolution is a living document. It will evolve as circumstances demand. Who better to serve as the subcommittee than the architects of the resolution 20-21, Mayor Denise Menchaca and Councilmember Jason Pu. Together, they instigated the process and were instrumental in its construction. They clearly understand its contents and can engage with not only city staff and council members, but city residents as well in discussions about the resolution. San Gabriel has made an impressive and important statement regarding racism and police brutality and how we can improve our response to such activities and how we can keep moving forward in a positive manner. Please keep the forward momentum by electing Mayor Denise Menchaca and Councilmember Jason Pu to serve as a subcommittee for Resolution 20-31. The next public comment is from Long V. Lu, and it reads as follows. The Chinese community supports the San Gabriel Police Department and demands more support. Dear San Gabriel City Council, my name is Long V. Lu, and I am an active attorney practicing out of San Gabriel, California. I have represented clients, including police officers, for 15 years. Recently, I have filed lawsuits against Alibaba and against Luckin Coffee. Aside from being a practicing attorney, I am also a political pundit who has become most well-known and widely watched face amongst the Chinese community for political news in the United States. I have made numerous media appearances where I advocate in support of law and order in the United States, and I unequivocally support police officers in their pursuit of law and order. The officers of San Gabriel Police Department have done an excellent job in keeping our city safe with low use of force rates and impressive response times, even though they are severely understaffed and underfunded. In late May, the Chinese community watched in horror as Los Angeles was overcome by rioters and looters for almost a week. On June 1st in New York, rioters broke into the stores to rob it. The owner, Miss Wendy Chen, was unable to escape. Miss Chen was badly beaten and had her leg broken by rioters with a metal pipe. She was 68 years old. Amidst national chaos, on June 12th, the Minneapolis Police Department was disbanded. The Chinese community will do whatever in their power they can to not allow anything even remotely close to that to happen to our police department in San Gabriel. In fact, the Chinese community believes that law and order is the cornerstone of their success, and it's what allows everyone to prosper here and live the American dream. I have been using my platform to vocalize an unwavering appreciation for law enforcement among the Chinese community. The ratio of likes to dislikes on my YouTube-based news appearances in support of law enforcement is 100-1. This demonstrates how Chinese community supports law and order. I have started a petition to show support for police among the Chinese community, and it currently stands near 1,400 signatories in just a few days of publication. We ask that whatever this committee is being created by the City Council today turn into, that its vision be tailored toward bolstering and improving upon the already well-performing police department we already are so lucky to have in San Gabriel. This committee can use its time to research and obtain state and federal grants to bring much-needed funding for our police department. Our San Gabriel Police Department infrastructure is falling apart. It is outdated, has leaks, lacks proper storage, and has no central air conditioning. The Chinese community in the San Gabriel thanks you for your time and dedication to improving our city in these difficult times. United we stand. The next comment is from Scott Dutra, and it reads as follows. Dear San Gabriel City Council, my name is Scott Dutra, and I am a law student and citizen in San Gabriel. The recent events in the United States have motivated law students in Los Angeles like myself to advocate policies to help improve police and community relations. An important approach to improving the relationship between the community and police is to have non-duty based interactions with local police. The interactions can range anywhere from a casual conversation over coffee with the police community, participation in the police department, and organized activities. After some research, it has come to my attention that in addition to protecting our community, the San Gabriel Police Department is already involved in extracurricular activities that help children in our community build a positive relationship with law enforcement. The police department established Camp SG. Camp SG is 1 week summer camp with activities such as canoeing, hiking, rock climbing, etc. Camp SG's week-long overnight camp program delivers structured, wholesome camping experience for middle school aged children. Their main goal and mission is to promote the creation of friendships, healthy lifestyle, fun outdoor activities, and nature at its best, while keeping true to its fundamentals of respect, honesty, caring, and responsibility. This program is especially important for the 2020 summer as kids have seen in their schools, extracurricular programs, and playtime cut due to COVID-19 crisis. Camp SG is the type of program that instills trust among the community and their police. We think it is essential that we increase funding for this program so more kids in the community have an opportunity to participate. Furthermore, we hope to see this new committee be used to create more programs like Camp SG and support them with the resources necessary to create a strong bond between the community and our police department. Thank you. The next comment is from Abraham Odabachian, and it reads as follows. My name is Abraham Odabachian. My comment is in support of the San Gabriel Police Department, as their achievements in numbers do not lie. In late May, Southern California watched with horror as rioters and looters in Los Angeles set fire to and destroyed and misappropriated private property belonging to businesses and individuals. This occurred for some time and was horrific to the viewer. We can only imagine how terrible it would have been should there not have been police officers. It was also so bad that the National Guard was deployed to protect life and property. Now, I urge the City Council to recognize and consider the following facts demonstrating the incredible performance of the San Gabriel Police Department. A, SGPD has impressive response times. Even though SGPD operates with 1.2 officers per 1,000 residents, while the state average is 2.5 officers per 1,000 residents in 2018, the response times from dispatch to arrival was 3 minutes and 65 seconds. By comparison, the national average response time sits at approximately 8 minutes. Therefore, SGPD has demonstrated exemplary performance. B, from 2017 to 2018, SGPD had only 4 citizens' complaints. None of them have been sustained. From 2017 to 2018, out of 26,183 calls for service, there were only 4 citizen complaints, and 0 of them had been sustained. The SGPD, even with lack of resources, nevertheless handled matters efficiently and safely. The San Gabriel Police Department gets the job done efficiently, although it is currently understaffed compared to all other police departments in the state. C, thank you SGPD for low crime, low use of force, and impressive response times. The SGPD has made the city of San Gabriel safe with low crime, low use of force, and impressive response times, surpassing the nationwide average. Again, this stellar achievement is obtained although the SGPD is understaffed. I can only imagine what they can achieve if they were staffed comparable to other police departments in the state. This performance is appreciated by everyone. Therefore, I support SGPD completely. They have done an excellent job in one which calls for others to view and take example. The community feels safer and is happy and calls on the City Council to completely stand behind SGPD. Thank you. The next comment is from George Valdez, and it reads as follows. Madam Mayor and City Council members, these are extraordinary times in our community, our country, and certainly around the world. The horrible murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis by some police officers acting in a reckless and irresponsible manner highlights the endemic racism that exists in our society today. Mr. Floyd was a Black man and his tormentors were 3 white and 1 Asian officers. I commend our City Council, led by Mayor Menchaca, in its efforts to address the structural issues that plague governments worldwide that adversely affect people of color, particularly Blacks. I believe that we have 2 excellent candidates in the council today that would excel in the mission at hand. The subcommittee that is to be formed will identify the proposed changes for the common good. I've heard both Mayor Menchaca and Councilmember Pu elaborate in council sessions and privately about the issue of racism and its corrosive effect on our society. I have also heard, at least at the last City Council meeting, from Councilman Harrington's claim to not ever witnessing an example of government racism. This alone should disqualify him from attempting to reform the way we do our business. Mayor Menchaca and Councilman Pu will make our city proud in the subcommittee to reform our government and rid ourselves of racism and its truly ugly aftermath. Sincerely. The next comment is from a San Gabriel resident, and it reads as follows. To San Gabriel City Council members, this letter is in response to the list of demands sent to you by Chastity Jennings Nunez. I am deeply disturbed by the current efforts of Mayor Denise Menchaca and Councilmember Jason Pu to defund our police department. May I remind you that each and every one of you ran campaigns that promised to provide safety for our community. Every campaign flyer ever sent to my home by you all championed for safety and for proper support of our police department. We have not forgotten about this. We will not forget about this, and we will not allow anyone else to forget about this. You all have a duty to provide communities with what was promised. In the case that you do not, we will be happy to vote for those more competent in the next election. If you cannot do your job, we will elect someone else to replace you. Our police department has no history of police brutality, nor do they have a history of racial discrimination. Provide the residents of San Gabriel with factual statistical evidence to explain why defunding would even be necessary. Since I doubt that you will be able to provide any sufficient data to justify the reallocation of funds, I highly recommend that you do not support any of the 7 demands of Chastity Jenny Nunez. Ms. Jenny Nunez does not speak for all residents, nor does she speak for the majority of them. Are you all prepared to take personal responsibility for the uptick in crime and violence in the city of San Gabriel should you take away our security? Are you prepared to answer the public when they demand to know why you did not follow through with your campaign promises? Are you prepared to defend your support of the foolish demands of Ms. Jennings Nunez? We will not go away quietly if you ignore us. We will not forget about these attempts to deny us of our safety, and we will not sit back and allow our city to become a place of crime and lawlessness. The residents of San Gabriel will hear about your attempt to make the city unsafe. Protect our lives, protect our children, protect our property, or we will show up in person to protest violation of our promise paid for safety. Sincerely, San Gabriel resident. The next comment comes from Chastity Jenny Nunez, and it reads as follows. To San Gabriel City Council, I support the appointment of a subcommittee to the city council members to act as liaisons to the public in pursuit of the goals outlined in Resolution 20-31. The appointed members should be committed to an ongoing process of self-reflection, examination, active listening, and engagement with the community concerning issues of equality, racism, and discrimination in the city of San Gabriel. They should also be committed to working with the community and designated representatives to develop actions to address areas in need of change. The last comment tonight is from Sean McMorris, and it reads as follows. Honorable Mayor and City Council, in the context of who should be in the subcommittee, I feel compelled to bring up some of Councilman Harrington's comments about resolution number 20-31 at the last council meeting, which I strongly believe were counterproductive, insensitive, and not raising to the occasion. Councilman Harrington's statement about striking while the political iron is hot as it pertains to the resolution, as well as the resolution being full of buzzwords and simply political placation for residents, suggests to me that he views the serious issue as an ideological and political matter that is open to obstruction and grandstanding to a base that feels threatened and exposed by this conversation. Councilman Harrington's condescending statements about the Minneapolis mayor and subsequent insinuation that mob rule has backed the city council into a corner only work to delegitimize this pure movement for positive change. Councilman Harrington's insistence that the city council as a body cannot sign into resolutions that make statements about racism within the purview broader than the border of the San Gabriel is both incorrect and tone deaf. It is, in my opinion, an attempt to water down and diminish the resolution's purpose and efficacy. Furthermore, Councilman Harrington's critiques of the language within the resolution were at once baffling and worrisome. His want to differentiate between the race and racism in San Gabriel and on the national level is tribalistic and divisive. It is a delusional narrative that promotes San Gabriel as a city on a hill immune to regression and fault. Councilman Harrington's critique about the word privilege and what it means within a resolution about racism, profiling, and excessive police force is quite simply beyond the pale. It was an ineffective attempt to obfuscate and dodge the hard conversations about race and inequality in our city and society at large. Councilman Harrington's want to remove the words race, ethnicity, ancestry, national origin, and protected status from the resolution was a blatant attempt to diminish the issue of racism and inequality in society by not mentioning the people who have been most adversely affected by it. These words are the point, and it is cruel and insensitive to say words don't matter. Perhaps most troubling is Councilman Harrington's insistence that racism is not systemic, that somehow institutions at the local, state, and federal level are immune to the ever-present history of racism and oppression of the people of color in this country. And that is the end of the 3 minutes.
Okay, thank
That
you
is all
so
the
much.
comments that we have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, with that many comments, clearly the spirit is there to comment on this agenda item that was placed with way in advance of the time requirement. But I wanted to start this one. I wanted to make a motion, and there'll be plenty of time for discussion, but I just want to start this off. I'd like to make a motion to appoint Councilmember Jason Poo and myself to serve on the subcommittee. And here are some of the reasons for the nomination. We both recognize the need to engage early on. We both are people of color and represent the communities impacted. We both committed to the long haul. This is a process that is going to take months, and sincere commitment, genuine commitment to this resolution must take place for it to be effective. And we both feel that our roles as council are to advocate and be involved in during these, having these, and in the process of having these tough conversations. Again, I want to make it very clear to my fellow council members that every council member will have the opportunity to be involved in some level of community and staff outreach. This is just a subcommittee, like we've had others, to be the liaisons to the full council and also begin the framework that we outlined in our resolution. So at this point, I will now turn to the councilmen to either nominate yourselves or share your thoughts about this appointment. And since Councilmember Harrington, started it, why don't you finish your thoughts?
Okay, I also reformed my thoughts as well. It seems it's a little different than I thought even. It's quite apparent this was put on the agenda and how it got here and what this is all about. This is step 1.5 of when I said the other one was step 1, this is going to step 2. It is very political. You can see it. I mean, you don't have to be beyond about 3rd grade politics to figure that one out. And I would say that the people who keep the ad hominem attacks, it won't work. I don't allow bullying. And if you didn't hear my previous messages, please re-listen to it tonight's message, as well as the first message. I don't know how much more clear I can be than that. So please listen to my previous comment tonight regarding racism. I just don't allow it. You can keep repeating it. It doesn't make it true. I won't be bullied like that. So just stop. If you want to have a conversation with me, come and talk to me. I'm very open about that, but I'm not going to sit here and just let you lie. And that is a lie. So you can say whatever you want, but it's still a lie. You have entitled to your opinion, but not to your fact. This is the 3rd meeting in a row we've had in addition to the agenda. And the whole reason I said it's fundamental to the Brown Act. Yes, we are technically complying. It's real easy to technically comply with things and slip things in as well. It's just funny how all of these commenters said who they wanted appointed, and this was put in on Thursday. So obviously there's coordination. We don't have to hide that. Let's be transparent. And those comments were coordinated. So I don't even want to go into that. You don't have to comment on that. Everyone sees it. So there's no way to say that it's not. So that is a fundamental part of the law that we're just kind of saying, we don't have to really, comply with the spirit of it. And I can go on a lot about that, but I don't really need to, because the memo itself says that we need liaisons with the community. We're all 5 liaisons to the community. This is actually limiting the public's interaction with the council. If this is such an important issue, which I believe it is, the entire council needs to be involved. So we've just took 60% of the council out, no matter how you want to frame it. I don't need another council member to tell me what the community is saying. I hear it. We have public comment. That's what it's for. We can have a standing item on this. I'm perfectly fine with that. I would rather engage directly with residents, listen directly to them, than to have a filter. However, I know I'm a realist. I know that's not going to happen because this is already coordinated. So I believe that we should at least put some rules down. Because this initiative would, and I still say it, would be best served by having the executive team and especially the city manager and the chiefs as the primaries, not city council members. It will necessarily become political once you put politicians there, and don't say you're not politicians. And so if we're going to do that, it should be led by the chiefs and the city manager, as well as the executive team as appropriate, because we're talking about systematic. It's all systems. It's not one department. It's all of them, the entire city. So I would expect all executive team to be involved in this. And I think the Chief Harris should actually be leading this, as the main proponent is the police department. And these meetings need to be open. I'm very reticent to, after what I heard from public comments, to have these meetings, other than if they're open to everybody. They're not one constituency. They're well announced, like weeks in advance, not days. They need to be recorded, audio recorded. So, and that's from a risk management perspective. We need to know what's said on behalf of the council, because this is a council committee. It's official. It's not one council member speaking. It's 2 council members as the liaison. So I want to make sure we know what's said and what's promised. So if we're going to do this, which I'm assuming we are, we should put in some safeguards for the city itself. And then that way the public can participate in a much more fruitful way, and we can actually serve the mission of this ordinance if we're not going to actually let the entire council participate directly and 100% of the time. Alternatively, I would say we should have, then a subcommittee, we should have a rotating 2 council members and then not the same council member not appearing in consecutive meetings. So if we're actually going to engage, it shouldn't just be 2 council members. It should be the entire council. I'd like to hear directly from the people in a forum. This is something any council member could do themselves, but if we're doing it officially as the city, I think all council members should have equal right to participate. So on top of that, I would want to say that we need to invite all stakeholders. Everyone needs to be involved, not certain groups, and especially we need to make sure it's San Gabriel focused. I would say otherwise, what we're doing once again, and I've said this a few times in the past few weeks, we're doing things that look good, but are they doing good? And that's what I look for, something that actually does good. It does what it said it's supposed to do. In addition, I would like to propose, but we already have a motion, I guess. I would like to amend the motion to set up a community whistleblower hotline. And this hotline should be an anonymous phone line and as well as an anonymous email monitored by the city manager, assistant city manager, and both chiefs. This would be for reporting any perceived racism, any perceived unequal treatment of our residents or people visiting our city. And this would be advertised through the way the city advertises on our website and all of our publications, so that anyone can have a report and not fear reprisal from anybody. I think an informal system like that would be great. And obviously the city manager would investigate as appropriate, because obviously we'll probably get some prank calls too, but they should be investigated fully. Any complaints against an executive or anybody on that team that monitors it would be obviously automatically excluded from that particular process. And I would also like oversight from our city attorney regarding compliance with that. I think this is very important. I'm not saying I'm against the initiative or the commission at all, or the committee at all, but I just don't like the way it appeared. I mean, it's pretty transparent to people that pay attention. And I know I'm gonna get all kinds of negative comments about that, but I like to be straightforward and truthful. And this is not a difficult conversation. Anybody that knows me, I don't shy away. Discussions of race are important. They are. And to say that I deny institutional racism is, like I said previously, straight out lie. But I think this could be a great tool. It can also be a waste of time. Just depends how it gets treated and exactly how we implement this. If we're treating it as a pet project, it's a waste of time. If we're treating it as an actual open and transparent, the city wants to hear from the people about what we can really do and how we can affect positive change to our systems, I'm all for it. But the way it's written right now, it doesn't seem like that's what it's actually trying to accomplish. So, and I hope that people hear me on that, because it seems like certain people want to hear whatever they want to hear. I'm very much in support of this if it's done right. I just don't want to support it if it's just the way it's written. So I mean, I'm getting to a point where it's becoming like a weekly occurrence where we're just setting these things up, and I'm going to call it out onto the table every single time, exactly how I see it. You can like it, not like it, but I'm going to call it out so the people that may not be catching on are going to start catching on. Thank you.
Okay. Who would like, Vice Mayor Lau, would you like to continue?
Can I address something that was brought up? There's a question brought up about the process that would apply to the committee. I just want to point out that what you're doing is creating, as I understand it, a standing committee, and that means it will be a Brown Act entity.
That's my understanding as well.
So I don't know if that addresses some of your concerns, but in other words, those meetings would have to be done pursuant to the Brown Act.
But I'm talking about recording them for the entire council, and the committee can rotate, correct, under the Brown Act?
There's a tricky issue there, and that is, I mean, we're all familiar with the idea of serial committees. My concern here is that this will be noticed as a special committee, standing committee. We can't, if it becomes in effect a city council meeting, then there's an AG opinion that says you created a problem that way. So I would want to take a look at that issue of rotation to make sure that, because of the way serial meetings have been interpreted under the Brown Act, that we don't create a sort of shadow city council meeting, because we will get complaints about that potentially.
Okay, so I actually had a thought on that. I knew that would come up because I've done a little research. I would actually like, when I said I would like staff to drive this, I think that's the proper way to do this, because it is a city issue. It's not a city council issue, even though we're the policymakers. And if this was a staff meeting that kind of like 411 with the chief, but with a very particular topic, the city council can be there and be the active listeners, but not participants. We would give no input from city councils. All 5 of us can be there as long as we're not involved in the actual meeting itself. And I think that is what we promised, to be active listeners. And I think if the staff is driving that, we can come back and then in a noticed meeting, discuss what we heard and discuss what actions we all can take. And that's why I think doing it that way is a much more open and a much more transparent process. As council members, we're actively listening and we all get to participate on an equal basis.
Keith, this is Denise. I just wanted to clarify, when I thought of subcommittees, I'm thinking of what we've done with other, like the Athens Committee. Those are not Brown Acts. That's why we keep it to 2 versus, having it. We have those smaller committees to develop the framework, then we bring it back to the full council. That's what the intent was tonight. We called it a subcommittee. Maybe we should have called it, that's what we've always called it, when we have 2 members, not 3 or 4 or 5.
So the distinction for Brown Act purposes, as far as the Attorney General is concerned, is the distinction between what are called ad hoc committees and standing committees. I understood this proposal, and let me just explain that an ad hoc committee is limited in scope, limited number of meetings. In other words, a couple. It really is meant to cover things that are almost kind of spontaneous rather than something that's officially appointed. I don't know what the scope of this exactly is, but my impression was that this was intended to be more of a standing nature. You are taking formal action to create it and appointing formal members to it. So, it's not, it seems to me that the writ of the committee is potentially, or sounds like, a standing committee. Understand that ad hoc committees, regardless of what you want to call them, can become standing committees just by having too many meetings, and there's not a magic number. So, when you're intentionally creating a committee, unless you're going to say this is just for 1 meeting or 2 meetings, then you've got to be thinking about it as a standing committee potentially.
Okay. Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, we interrupted you.
Thank you, Mayor. So I agree to the city attorney. I think it should be called ad hoc committee. And just think of this, civil rights movement since 1965, 55 years, we're still fighting for the same reason. So how are you going to make it improve in 1 meeting? It's impossible. So I think we have to work. I agree. Subcommittee, we call it the ad hoc committee, but we need a long-term. We should set up a committee or commissioner from our communities, from the public, from the business, and they can represent all different fields, and they have different experience in the city of San Gabriel. So, we have several commissioners, but we don't have this one. So I think it's about time we set up commissioners, and that would last forever, not just one-time meeting. And every 2 years, we elect someone wants to volunteer to get involved with the cities. If they see anything injustice or any anything that they can report to the committee. And so I think that's probably the best way to handle it. But comes to this council's ad hoc committee, I will motion, I will second it, but call it as ad hoc. I think that's probably the better name than subcommittee.
And Vice Mayor, having a commission as was listed in the petition, I mean, that might be the end result. Again, that would be the council making that decision, but the standing committee, ad hoc committee, we would try to develop a framework to bring back. And clearly we'll be working, we're not going to do it in a vacuum. It would be working with our chief, working with our city manager, just like all the other committees. We work as a team. So, but we are trying to be as effective and as productive. So much has changed in the last month. First we had COVID, then we had the killing of George Floyd. So things are not marching as they usually do, and we're trying to be receptive. I think we've done everything legally, as despite what might be said. And what I'm hearing tonight is we have people on both sides. So if there's any coordinated effort on one side, clearly a coordinated effort on the other side too. So I think we're all listening and we're all getting the same emails. It's both sides of the aisle is responding to us. But thank you so much. So we have a second. Councilmember Ding or Councilmember Pu, either one, would you like to comment? I can't see Councilmember Ding, but would you like to say something, or Councilmember Pu, either one?
Me?
Sure, go.
Okay.
It's 11:30. Anybody?
Okay. All right. Yeah. So yeah. First of all, I just want to know this committee, subcommittee, it's keep how long?
We don't know at this time. It's just like any other committee we've had in the past. We will find out from Keith, get more detail, but in the past we've called it a subcommittee. Maybe we need to be more clear, call it a standing committee. And we will try to, once we meet, we will be able to hopefully have some type of timeline. We just don't know, but we need to start having those conversations. And doing it in a smaller group is always more effective. Whether it was Athens or when we hired our city manager, we had a subcommittee for that. When we hired for our attorneys, we had a subcommittee for that. This is kind of ongoing. This is not an original idea, but if we want to follow protocol, we typically have started with a subcommittee.
Yeah, but I think for the subcommittee, but maybe this question asking the city attorney Keith. So, is they have the time limit? Have this kind of regulation?
So again, the distinction is how often it meets, right? So broadly speaking, it's the case that if any two city council members get together, that's in effect an ad hoc committee meeting, right? It's an ad hoc meeting. It wasn't created by the city council, but it's as if it was an ad hoc meeting. So that's not a Brown Act event. And the Brown Act says you can even go ahead and sort of intentionally do that as an ad hoc committee a couple times. That's fine. But the Attorney General said if you do that too often, if you meet too many times, whatever that magic number is, then you're a standing committee, and that's actually covered by the Brown Act. And that's to make sure that sort of ongoing city business is not somehow kept out of the attention of the public. So I don't know what you have in mind specifically for the life of this. When I was hearing it and imagining it in my mind, it sounded like it was more than a couple meetings. But if it is more than a couple meetings, if that's the intention, then I think it's best practice just to make it a standing committee and set it up through our ordinary process for committees. And to answer some other questions, if that's the case, you know, that has some other rules associated with it when it comes to city council participation. As I alluded to earlier, when you have a subcommittee of the council that's meeting as a public meeting, the other members of the city council can attend, but they can't participate. And the reason they can't participate is because if you have 3 members of the city council participating, even though it's a public meeting, and even though it's been noticed as a public meeting, the issue becomes it hasn't been noticed as a city council meeting. And so you can't convert a committee meeting into a meeting of the city council. That's considered not fair to the public either. So what I'm saying is, if this is a standing committee, if that's the intent, then we'll go through the process of noticing it and staffing it as appropriate as we would any other public meeting. You know, a workshop, it's essentially like a workshop or something like that. And it would also be the case that we can't tell other city council members not to be present. What we would ask is that they don't participate, however, or we could create Brown Act problems. So is that clear, Councilmember Ding?
Yeah, it's good. But so that's based on your explanation, it's also some concern about this subcommittee, you know. So yeah, the idea is, I think it's a good idea. Okay, but I just concerned that like we like also affect like a Brown Act, right? So
well, let me make it. I have no legal concerns about this at all. This is something you absolutely legally can do. I'm just describing how to do it.
Okay.
There's nothing improper about it, and we can do it correctly.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Keith. So probably take how many meetings you expecting with our mayor? Yeah, how many meetings?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
You want like meet our Chief Harris, right? Meet the
well, I want Chief Harris to be in the room. I would like our city manager to be in the room as we start planning. And so, you know, what is this going to look like? Because we're all getting calls and we're getting the emails, and we want to make sure we are one team, but we can't keep having city council meetings to discuss it. So we want to try to at least set up a framework and then bring it back. It's just like everything we've ever done. I mean, we've done with other, whether it's a contract or a hiring, like I mentioned.
Okay.
This is a protocol that we've done.
Okay. So only just meet the like city manager and the chief.
Well, we'll start there. Yeah, we would start there and see how can we best.
How about a community member?
And then so we start there, and then the community members. So, but it's a process. So we need to have that understanding and that communication. It's hard to say right now, but again, with Keith, you know, we'll be in touch with him, and he'll make sure it's done properly.
And for clarity, I'm hearing something a little different than I thought the purpose of the committee was to reach out to the public, and that the public outreach would be happening at that. But if you're talking simply about meeting with the chief and the city manager in order to set up the concept of the meeting, or you know, coordinate that is an ad hoc meeting. You're going to do it once, presumably, and you don't need to formally take action to do that. So that would be an ad hoc meeting. If you're talking about this ongoing process of receiving input from members of the public regarding policing and related issues, then that's sounding more like a standing committee meeting.
May I ask a question?
Sure. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Yeah, so Keith, if I agree that it sounds to me, based on your distinction, what we're talking about here is an ad hoc committee. And if and because now I'm confused as to our protocol for all the other, things that we've ever done where we've appointed a subcommittee, for instance, the Athens subcommittee, for example, in the day, before you became our city attorney, we had a technology subcommittee, we had a strategic plan subcommittee, we had a city manager search subcommittee, we had a city attorney search subcommittee. We have these committees for a lot of different things. Some are even just, for our sort of, what we call our CCNOs, right? The committee, commission, and organization assignments. So we've never been advised in the past that there was any different between an ad hoc committee and a standing committee. If it is an ad hoc committee, but the two council members involved don't often meet themselves, but it's just, basically it's a structure, a formally council approved structure that then allows for the ability to coordinate and engage in all these processes. Is that a problem? Because it sounds like it would be an ad hoc committee for the establishment of a series of ad hoc meetings, some of which would include staff, some of which would just be community, some of which would just be this or that. But it does, because the way I'm envisioning this is that it's not that the subcommittee or ad hoc committee would be formally meeting very often. It's just for us, process-wise, it's just always been a means of being able to have a smaller group of the council engage in a process to bring back recommendations to the full council and to serve as that liaison. So what you're saying to me brings into question a lot more than just this committee, because we do have an Athens subcommittee or ad hoc committee. We do, and were those meetings supposed to be noticed under the Brown Act?
Based on my understanding of what they were, I would say no. And I'm trying to pull up the language while I'm talking here.
I have it if you want to keep.
Here we go.
Very simple, actually.
So here's the, that was set for a discrete purpose, and there was only a finite number of them, as I understand it. So I managed to find the language in the League of California Cities brochure. So the standing committee is if it has a continuing subject matter jurisdiction or a meeting schedule fixed by formal action of the legislative body, even if it comprises less than a quorum of the government body, then it's subject to the Brown Act. Further, according to the Attorney General, function controls over form. This is what I was mentioning earlier. For example, a statement by the legislative body that the advisory committee shall not exercise continuing jurisdiction, or the fact that it does not have a fixed meeting schedule, is not determinative. So basically, it's real loosey-goosey. It's not very well defined. The examples that you gave of the city attorney finding committee or the city manager finding committee, again, those were not continuing subject matter, or the Athens contract were not continuing subject matter jurisdiction. They were just for that one project. This to me sounds like it's potentially broader. So that's why I'm raising this as an issue. To your question about could we have an ad hoc committee to sort of set the kind of figure out the process, I guess, of the committee, that sounds like a discrete one, item. So yeah, that sounds like an ad hoc committee to me. But does that make sense?
Yeah,
when you are creating a subject matter jurisdiction, it is subject matter. You are giving to the purpose of the committee is to take the subject matter of the of this George Floyd justice for George Floyd movement. Yeah, exactly. That's a subject matter designation. You're taking it to the committee. So to me, it looks like a standing committee.
It looks like a standing committee.
Being on one of these committees, I can tell you, Keith, it's very simple under the Brown Act. In order to be an ad hoc committee exempt from the Brown Act, and this is directly out of the code, the committee would have to be convened for a single task, given a brief time to commit that task, and dissolve immediately upon completion of the task. So the other committees we've talked about, the ad hoc ones, fit all of those properties. This would not. It would need to be a Brown Act.
I disagree. I mean, the Athens subcommittee we've had now for at least a year. I mean, many of
Yeah,
these
and
other
we've had
committees
several meetings already.
Time duration.
have existed for many months, and we don't anticipate this ad hoc committee necessarily to be, to whatever exist forever. It is about basically trying to define the process.
So it's funny that we're talking about the Athens committee, because the practice tip that the League of California Cities do is talking about a exempt temporary committee for purposes of exploring the renewal of a franchise. And their point is, it would seem to be an exempt ad hoc committee, but the analysis of whether that's true or not would depend on various factors, such as how many meetings took place, the scope of their charge, whether the committee exists long enough to have continuing jurisdiction. So again, it's not, I disagree with you, Councilmember Harrington, it's not such a bright line, unfortunately. I'd like to think that committee is still ad hoc in nature, but it is the case that if it goes on for too long, then you got a problem, which is what I was saying at the beginning.
Yep, I agree. And it's a single task, which I don't think this is a single task. This committee, the idea of this is not a single task. I don't think it fits any one of the exemptions.
So I believe Councilmember Ding had the floor. I don't know if he had finished his comments and questions.
I think he finished. I'm sorry, did you finish yet, Councilmember Ding?
Yeah, so that's my concern. Okay, this subject, it's a good idea, but I just want some concern, like if it's a single issue, it's a multi-issue. That's we need. I think before we have this subcommittee, I hope we can have like a purpose. What's the designation? What's the purpose? The final purpose? Okay, we maybe have some focus on that, so then can let the community understand it. Okay, so how many time? How long they will be come back to our council member? Because you got if a committee member, the subcommittee member will be gather all the information. When will be bring back to our council member, all the council member to discuss, to know about whatever the subcommittee gather information. So discuss. So well, I hope that the vote of this subcommittee have to like some definition on this issue. So it's at least help me to understanding, the subcommittee. But for the answer, I think it's a very strict, like for the answer, like they have contract with our city hall. It's a very simple issue. But for this one, yeah, probably I think it's I hope we try well prepared to let the community know that, yeah.
I have a suggestion to maybe move the ball forward based on Councilmember Ding's comments, if you'll allow me.
Okay.
It is certainly the case that you could have an ad hoc committee established for purposes of doing what Councilmember Ding just described, which is come back with a sort of definition or proposal of whatever this project is with this committee. Is it 4 meetings? Is it an ongoing thing? Are we, who's involved? What the goals are. In other words, create an ad hoc committee to come back with that information, and then we'll have a better idea of what we're forming. We would also understand better how the Brown Act would or wouldn't apply. I mean, if the proposal is we're just going to meet once with some people, that's an ad hoc committee, and that's fine if that's what the proposal is. If the proposal is we're having, in effect, community workshops to discuss the factors involving race in our, whether or not we're providing proper public services, that's sounds more like a standing committee to me if it's an ongoing thing. We can always have workshops on this topic with the full city council too, if you wanted to. It's another way of handling the same topic. But anyway, my suggestion would be if perhaps one way to address these comments is have an ad hoc committee to come back with answers to those questions.
I was just going to mention in the discussion, it says specifically, a suggested first step would be the city council to appoint 2 of its members to a subcommittee to engage community stakeholders and create a framework of desired goals and outcomes of the process. So I think it's already suggesting in here, what the primary goal is. It's a first step because we did the resolution and we said we were going to take action, but we just don't have a framework. That's what I saw, the subcommittee, ad hoc committee, standing committee, whatever the name is now. That's what I had envisioned. Councilmember Pooh, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry. No, well, I think it's important, given the advice we've just received, that we could call it an ad hoc committee. And I have an alternative suggestion along the same lines as what you just expressed, Mayor, which is that the ad hoc committee's scope, and this goes to Councilmember Ding's comments as well, the scope of it is to gather initial information and to define a framework and process pursuant to resolution number 20-31. I don't think it will need to formally meet very often, but I think there's an urgency to it because these conversations are already happening, and for me personally, the way I see it is for council to sort of take itself out of the conversation is sort of an abdication of the role of council. It's an abdication of leadership. And in this case, leadership is by listening and to try to get the input that we need to at least start thinking about what kind of a process we're going to engage in going forward. And I think that would be the scope and purpose of this ad hoc committee, is simply to gather that initial information and input, and then, as I mentioned, and then also try to define the framework and process as is stated in the staff report. So that would be my and based on what our city attorney has said, I don't think that necessarily creates any problems under the Brown Act, just as none of our other, I don't believe any of our other, I'm going to say they're all ad hoc committees, create any issue under Brown Act, because it's discrete. It's a discrete task that that is going to have a finite number of meetings, right? I mean, is that the criterion? Because
yeah, if that's what it is, then it's an ad hoc meeting.
Right, there you go.
So then I would amend my motion, which was seconded by the vice mayor, and I'll call it an ad hoc committee. So I made a motion to appoint Councilmember Jason Poole and myself to serve on an ad hoc committee to gather the initial information and define a framework as prescribed by the resolution that we passed, resolution 20-31.
So, excuse me, the mayor, can I?
Let me just I just amended my motion, so I want to make sure our vice mayor, do you still second?
Well, I second, but okay. The goal for this, you have to get all the communities involved, not just 2 elected officials.
Yes, yes.
So I keep telling you that we should form a commissioner, we can have 5 different ethnic background, different cultural background, represent the city of San Gabriel.
But when we get the information and we bring it back, that might be an end result. We may say, based on what we gathered, we believe we should have a commission. Then the council would vote on a commission, because then you have to have a vote for the commission.
So all right. So after, how many meetings are you going to report to this council? do you have any project that say, well, maybe in a couple months, we're gonna have a report to the council?
Hopefully sooner than that, but yes.
I'm
I'm sorry, I know. Councilmember Dean, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, okay. Yeah, the mayor, I just, the question, not, at least set up a timeline. Because we think about already the urgency, right? So for this matter, we should be set up like a timeline when if subcommittee, you try to spend more time to talk to the chief, talk to the city manager, okay, or community. So at least I hope have some time. It's for our resident also, they know, okay, we have, okay, not just subcommittee, we have to something, let our community, expecting like 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, just set up. Maybe it's more help,
Well, I imagine it take hopefully less than 2 months. I'm just trying to think the timeline that we have in place, because of the urgency, hopefully even sooner than that. It's hard to say. We can set a timeline if you like. Councilmember Pooh, I mean, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm sorry, actually, I didn't get to even make my original comments because we kind of got diverted onto a legal tangent. But what I originally wanted to say regarding the overall discussion is that, of course, each council member is welcome to be able to engage in the process and talk to community members and get input and things like that. I think that this is just I don't know, it's just supposed to be formalization of a ad hoc committee to be able to do the same thing that other ad hoc committees do in our protocols. If that's not a preferred methodology, then maybe we should examine that, because to be honest with you, I have no doubt that actually every council member will be involved in the engagement process. Every executive team member, even other staff members will all be involved in this in the ongoing process. But at the moment, I feel like that what the process, a process like that has no structure, if it's just everybody, talking to everybody else. So this, it feels to me that this type of ad hoc committee, as it has for other areas, again, strategic plan, city manager, recruitment, city attorney, search, Athens, technology. We have a diversity committee that, has never really been able to get up off the ground, and all those are all other examples of where such a structure has actually helped us move the ball forward. So anyways, those are my thoughts, is that of course every council member is welcome to be involved in the process. All the staff will be involved in the process. These are all stakeholders, as I've sort of mentioned and several times throughout these conversations or these discussions. So anyways, yeah, I guess I just wanted to, it sounds as if to me like there's much ado about, it's not nothing, but it's just sort of like more concern than is sort of warranted at this point in time, because it's just about trying to take the first baby steps of having the same kind of structure that we use for other processes. And as far as a time frame, I don't mind that either. I mean, I don't know that 2 or 3 months though is enough time, really, even just to sort of see if we can come up with a framework for the process going forward. I'm happy to live with whatever the council decides, but I'm gonna guess that I would say that at least maybe 6 months would be required to get the just to try to engage with as many stakeholders as possible throughout the community to sort of figure out what is it that we want, and then what is it that we can do. So yeah, those would be my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, does that assist you, Councilmember Ding?
So it's 2 months or 6 months?
I'm,
6 months.
Okay, 6 months.
Okay, 6 months, but can I have another option? 6 months, but I know that because maybe a lot of things need to talk. And is it because like Jason or the council member that also we talking about for ourselves, also definitely want to know the community what they saw, what they needed, right? So is it possible? Maybe I don't know. Maybe I just say, okay, 6 months, it's total, right? Maybe every 2 months, is it possible we can have council get together? What's going on?
Yes.
Yeah, what's going on?
So typically
what's the status right now? Yeah, maybe we can, all the council member can listen, right?
That's a good compromise. We're supposed to bring back a status report, the committees, where we are in the process. I think that's very reasonable. That may be 6 months in length, but every 2 months we would at least give the council an update of where we are with the ad hoc committee. That's very reasonable, Councilmember Dane. I think
okay, go ahead, the vice mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Mayor, yeah, so again, ad hoc is short term. And I think we can come up with some kind of a framework and say within a couple of months, you just mentioned shouldn't take that long. And, running 6 months for this, I don't think it's proper, okay? Because you're probably gonna have a violation of Brown Act and all that. But another thing is, if we really want to improve our community, this is going to be a long term. This is going to be a long fight, not just 6 months is going to get over with. So, yeah, take my advice, because city council, we got elected, we stay 4 years, we might be out in 4 years, but if we have a permanent commissioners and they work on these issues representing our our grassroots or whatever, the bottom people, they feel the injustice, they feel the prejudice, how many Asians die in St. Gabriel Valley and you don't even know their names. There's no names to these Asians. We know George Floyd, but Asians no names. So we gotta work together to improve this, so it's a long term. It's not just, 6 months. Yeah, maybe next president come in will be better. No. So we have to work on a long-term solution for this.
But we have to develop a framework. And like I mentioned before, the petition that was submitted to us, I mean, that has, I think that's where you're kind of getting some of the ideas about a commission. At the end, that might be part of the framework, or when we bring back the initial information and some of the ideas, that you could add that on there. And as a council, we would decide, just like we did with the historical commission. We decided as a council that we wanted a historical commission. Then we had to work on the scope. It's not just setting up a commission. What does that mean? Who's going to participate? there's a lot of layers for a commission. But that could be one of the findings, but again, we'll bring it back. So we're,
So-
can we move forward and?
Yeah, if we move forward, I try.
Well, I already have a motion on the
Yeah,
floor.
I try, yeah, I know your motion, but I try compromise something. Maybe the vice mayor have another motion too, right? He want a motion for the, set up the committee, the commissioner, right? So committees, something like that, right? Okay, so is it we compromise this subcommittee, maybe just spend 2 months, come back. So we think about we need a commissioner committee or continue for the subcommittee. Maybe that's like 2 months, I think is enough to find out what's going on. I just want to compromise everybody, the idea,
And
Okay,
can
so-
I get a little clarification also on that with Tony? A little
Yeah.
follow-up on that?
Okay,
Tony,
I
so
just
I
say,
agree with you. The 2 months is a good idea if the
Yeah.
scope of this is actually the way the mayor and Jason have talked about, which is a planning ad hoc committee to plan what we're going to do. If
Mhm.
we're saying it's going to take 6 months because we're meeting with stakeholders, that is
Mhm.
the definition of an ad hoc. So I want to make clear what the motion is for. Is it to actually meet with stakeholders or is it just to do the planning? Because I'm still unclear as to that.
Well, the way I look at it is it could involve small groups, not the community, but there's definitely groups out there that maybe would like to meet in a small setting, not a town hall meeting in any way. That could be part of it as we're gathering information. That could be part of the ad hoc committee also.
So that's where it tells me it's not an ad hoc because it's not a single purpose. You're gathering the information and it's not, you can say it's a very broad purpose of this ordinance or this resolution, but in actuality, it's not. You're meeting with people. This is exactly what I was talking about. It needs to be open, transparent. Everybody's invited, or it's just planning and it's just between two council members and staff to figure out what we're eventually going to do in these meetings when we set a full committee. That's right. I mean, there is a difference, and Keith and I can disagree whether it's a bright line or not, but this is a very broad scope. There is no defined duration. As stated, it meets none of those factors, the way I heard the motion. If we do limit it to 2 months and we are just planning, it is truly ad hoc, and there's no way to interpret that as a durable, permanent committee. I would support Tony's 2 month and as well as Chin, if that's what we want to do. I'd support both of them. I don't support just to generalize, hey, let's have a few meetings with staff with certain people present, but not everybody and not noticed. To me, that's just not right.
So let's, we have a few things going on here. We have already a motion. So I'll withdraw my motion. And if council member, a vice mayor would like to withdraw the motion, and then I can make another motion, or council member Pooh, did you want to say something? You have your mic on or?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, sorry, that was a mistake.
Oh, okay. So I will make a motion to appoint Councilmember Jason Pooh and myself for an ad hoc committee with a timeline of 2 months, with the purpose of gathering information and defining the framework for us to move forward with the conversations that we committed to with Resolution 20-31. Is that clear?
Almost, second.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I heard Vice Mayor. Okay, so let's take the vote. Marilyn?
Councilmember Dean,
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Pooh,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Liao,
Aye.
Mayor Menchaca.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Next item.
Madam Mayor, would you care to take a vote on going on to a new item at this time of the night?
Do we have to take another vote past 11?
Yes, every item past 11, you have to make a finding that it's necessary to do now as opposed to the next meeting.
A motion,
Okay, have a second? I'll second.
Oh, yeah.
Take a vote, please. Take the vote.
Councilmember Dean,
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Pu,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Liao,
aye.
Mayor Menchaca.
Aye,
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
thank you. Next item, please.
Public comment. This is the second opportunity for members of the public to address the City Council on items of interest that are not on the agenda. Comments will be read for up to 3 minutes. Assistant City Clerk Bonus, please read any public comments that have been received.
Mayor, council members, I have not received any further comments for tonight.
Great, thank you. City manager's comments, or city manager report.
I have nothing tonight, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Right, council comments and, well, conference meeting reports. Councilmember Ding.
Okay, yeah, it's, I think maybe the record past the 12 o'clock, right? So-
Congratulations, yes.
Okay.
Your first meeting past 12 o'clock.
Okay, my comments, it's a thanks all the like the resident of the comments, thanks to all the staff, stay with us. It's my the past 12 o'clock. Thanks all the council member. Okay, so yeah, hopefully our San Gabriel City will moving forward. It's I also hope our San Gabriel City for the future, because we are teamwork, work together. They like living to our city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Councilmember Ding. Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad everyone stayed in till midnight. That was one of the reasons I didn't want to start that last item, because I figured it was going to go a long time. I would like to just get a little progress update from the city manager. I know I asked about changing the ordinance regarding variances. I don't know if we've had anything action on that, or any update.
Thank you, Councilman Harrington. I was going to bring that up at the next meeting because of the little bit of thought that would have to go into it tonight, but I'm more than happy to bring that up tonight if you'd like.
And not if you haven't put any thought into it. I don't want to put you on the spot.
I have.
My thing is just to get it agendized. I wanted to, I like to, you know, obviously I'm not the mayor, so I like to request things on the agenda in public. So that's why I do that.
I appreciate it. If it hadn't been midnight, I would have brought it up tonight, and I'm more than happy to do it, or I can put together an email to council tomorrow, and then we can bring it up on the 7th. Or the 7th.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And then I'd just like to thank everybody for staying in there and hanging in there. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Pu.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
And Councilmember Vice Mayor Liao.
Thank you, Mayor. So yesterday, I had a telephone conference with our Congresswoman, Maxine Waters, and also the mayor of Savannah, Georgia, Van Johnson. So this is part of a Black Caucus. They invite me to have a conversation. Okay. So Congresswoman just lost her sister about a month ago because of COVID-19. Okay. And so her job is to help the Black communities. The unemployment rate right now is 17.4%. And the business owners of Black people, they fell at 43%. So she is working very hard on this HEROES Act. Okay, she wants to push that the Congress will actually pass it, but the Senate It's a $3 trillion, 600 billions for business people, 100 billion for tenants rental assistance, also 5 billion for CDBG fund. Okay, so if we know any senators in California or other states, we want to urge them to pass the bill, because we do need them. It doesn't matter how much, but anything passed will help. And Ben Johnson, who is a Black police officer, but he is the mayor of Savannah. But in his talk, he doesn't care if he's a Democrat or Republican, because they are supposed to host RNA, the national convention. But I don't know if, this COVID thing, I don't know if they can really have a huge convention at their city. But anyway, it's very interesting, coming from the Black community leaders, and these are two outstanding leaders. They don't want to talk about how we, they had hatred and other hard feelings, but they want to move forward. That's what I want to do. I want to listen to them and see if we can if we can make, all these injustices not go away, but, we pay attention to them, and we pay attention to all these police brutal treatments to the colored people. I think, we can hear all these young people concerns, but how we can put together to work, that's nothing like what we're talking about. Maybe just a couple protests and that will change everything. So that's the one meeting, but another meeting is very important. That's today. And so this is from SCAG. They want all the cities to support this. Is called a delay of 1 year on the implementation of SB 743. So because it's already passed and it starts July 1st. It's gonna use, it's called the vehicle travel miles. And a lot of builders, especially for housing builders, they think this is not gonna help our situation. So they asking Governor Newsom to delay 1 year. And even a few state legislators wrote a letter to support this. So they sent us the simple letter and see if the city of St. Gabriel can support this. Because right now, what's going on with this COVID-19 is because the ridership of public transportation has been declined for 90%. So, if you want people not to drive, that's almost impossible. Actually, well, if we work from home, then we're not driving. But what the intention of this bill was asking people not to drive, in your own cars. But right now, this situation is not sort of normal, and we want to ask our governor to delay this implementation of this vehicle miles travel. Okay, that's my 2 meetings today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I just want to thank my colleagues. We passed the budget. That was critical, and we're going to have it on time. I know the staff can now breathe sigh of relief. We spent a lot of meetings going through it, but I think it was very important. And we will continue to have meetings on our budget. That will be next 6 months on a regular basis. So I appreciate everyone's patience as we continue on. My first meeting past 12 o'clock. I know it's Councilmember Ding's meeting past 12 o'clock, but you know, we're taking care of important matters and that's what's important. Thank you to the staff. You all look awake, even Keith, look at them.
Appearances can be deceiving.
You have good lighting. So anyway, so thank you to everyone who is still present. The next regular city council meeting will be held on Tuesday, July 7th at 6:30 p.m. That's 2 weeks from today. And meeting adjourned at 12:17. Have a great morning, I guess.